Yeah, they back. This is not borjomi, this is limonade. So Karpov played castle here in this position. Knight e4 was dangerous to way of knight c6. bc is bad because of queen d4 attacking two pieces and win one of them. And after queen c6, knight b6, rook b8, queen d4, attacking bishop and attacking the pawn, forcing bishop f8, bishop f3, d5, c4 would be very dangerous for black. Or after f5, rook d1 here. That's why he played a more safe and common move, castle. Also was choices between b5, d5, or bishop d6, bishop e7, bishop d6 or knight e7. But he says that this is most safe way to finish the develop. So knight c6, bc, and he take bc. Yeah, after dc, queen c6. Theory says that it's better for white. So bc, knight b6 played by Smakel. Uh, this is the main line. Also c4 and f4 was played. Knight b6, rook b8, knight c8. It looks unlogical to eliminate this passive bishop, but then this pawn is weak. And rook fc8 played by Karpov. And he says that 20 years later of this game, so it was played 1973, so 1993, again Salov, he decided to try queen c8 here. Thank you for following. Hello, hello. Asciutto. Uh, and it was played later e5, knight d5, bishop c1, bishop c5. Uh, and now theoretical lines is c4 or bishop d3. Instead of that, Salo uh, decided to play against the queen, against the king after queen d3. And then he transferred queen here and it was very interesting game. But at this time, he decided to take with rook f8. Hmm. From Shagar. Okay, thank you, man. Say greetings from me to him if you know him. Uh, Bishop a6 by Smakel, logical continuation, attacking the rook, and rook d8. Strong move. He says that in that time, this move was novelty here, and very important novelty. Uh, it's from first sight, rook on e8 looks not worse than on d8. But this, we will see what is the difference later. So rook d8. Rook d8 here. After bishop g5, there would be queen e5 here and queen e4. So that's why Smekel plays bishop d3 and controls this pawn. Bishop d6 played by Karpov, attacking here. Yeah, Ruches, thank you. King h1 played by uh, Smekel. Was played often f4 before this game. And after e5, obviously e5 is not welcome, so e5 we have to stop. B f5, rook b2, and g4. And this position, black is okay. After g4, they can play queen f5 with either bishop c5, and after king h1, there is a bishop c5, bishop c1, rook a2, rook a2, queen a2. So far, black is with pawn up, and after g5, knight e8, queen h5. Probably this was some game. d5 here, strong move, and after g6, knight f6, and black is okay in this position. That's why in Smekel in the game played king h1 move instead of f4 in this position. Guys, first of all, I'm not a professional streamer, so I don't care. I mean, I'm doing it here because I want to do it here. So please don't advise me what to do. I will be very thankful. So what happened here? Bishop e5 was played in this game, attacking pawn here, c3, rook b2. You came to this stream to give stupid advices and call it root, or you just came to see the games of Karpov? If you came for first, please leave until I will not ban you. Because such idiotic questions like for what I need these pictures, of course I will ignore. Because I like it, that's why. Please just shut up, okay? Don't write anything. Last warning, before I will not ban you. Rook b2. Yeah, better leave yourself. Queen c1, knight g4 in this position. Okay. Kapsa, thank you for following, man. So knight g4 is very strong move in this position because Smekel wanted to kick away this rook and same time prepare f4 in this position. So knight g4. After queen b2, there is a bishop c3 attacking the queen and also mating on h2. So f4 was played by Smekel, obviously not following these tactics, but fortunately for him, this bishop is gone from the board. Now f3 would be bad because queen b6 protecting both knight and rook with an advantage for black. So that's why he took queen b2 here. Man, really last time, please keep quiet. Or just say something about game, or just keep quiet because you distracted me now. I cannot show the game and same time chat with you, right? Stop it. You just such a guys like you just came here to just make problems because you are probably lazy, don't know what to do, so just came and start write some unnecessary stuff here. Go and write another place, not here. So bishop a4 was played here. Strong move by Karpov. Not knight f1 because of f3, and this knight is under attack. So knight e3 would be only move. Then queen e2 attacking the knight. No more squares for this knight. So queen b6 would be the move. And after queen b6, rook e1. Hello, Mehdi. I'm doing pretty well. So far until some guys are some writing some stupid stuff in chat. So bishop f4 by Karpov, very strong move. This bishop is more important than the rook. We see that the whole complex of black squares are very weak here. Who we? It's you. Who is we? Or you are talking about yourself like in multiple person or what? Who is sorry? No, I don't know why you ask me. I mean, what's behind this stupid question? Why I need these pictures on my stream? What the fuck? I mean, imagine you go to another streamers and ask them for what they need for that pictures, for example. I mean, what was this behind this question? Just make me angry, right? And then instead of keep quiet and change your subject to chess wise or something, you continue. Yes, you just distracting me completely now. Okay, come on. If you only interested by my pictures on this stream, so it not the place for you in this stream, right? Because I'm here to share with you some great games, not to spend my time to negotiate with you with such stupid questions. Polar beer, hello. Yeah, we are analyzing great games of great players here, and the guy is interested for what I need the pictures. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean. Then next time ask me why I need these cups behind me or why I have this red t-shirt. Come on, this is just completely stupid questions. I mean, why I need beard, for example, why I have long nose, yeah, and these kind of questions. Unnecessary stupid questions. So Queen f2 played by white here, and they need to give back the rook because after rook f3, knight g4. Black has much more chances here because this is very weak. Knight have perfect place in e5 in the center. This bishop is useless. All pawns, all these three pawns are weak, and that's why Smekdal was very good player, and he decided to give it back, attacking the bishop. Uh, Obviously, e5 directly would lead not only to g3 but also rook can be in the game. So black has to take recapture the rook, rook f1 and e5 right here, this position. And he says that later was um, proved that stronger was g5 here. Interesting move. And after g5, g3 attacking the bishop. Не знаю, Иванов. Ну, перестаньте задавать такие глупые вопросы во время стрима, я вас прошу. Я тут что-то Карпова партии разбираю, а вы мне тут вообще совершенно другие вопросы задаете. Откуда я сейчас знаю, в каком варианте я обыграл Гроссмейстера? So, guy is asking in which variation I first, mm, in which age I first time won against Grandmaster. How can I remember this? I mean, what's wrong, guys? I mean, what's wrong with you guys? You are not interested about game at all, or for what the fucking hell I'm making this then? Nobody ask about position. Nobody ask about players. They asking anything but not about game. This is just insane. I think you need to go to another streams, some shows, or I don't know. Try to find some, I don't know, some interesting girls or something, and use time there. What are you doing here in this stream? Because it's definitely not for chess wise. Yes, you just want to distract me from everything now. Не знаю, Ивану, какая разница, сколько мне было лет. Вот я не понял, почему сейчас во время середины стрима вы мне задаете такой вопрос. Я, то есть, я должен прекратить сейчас анализировать эту позицию, ответить, вот вспомни, когда я выиграл гроссмейстера, зачем мне это надо вообще. И покопайтесь в карьере моей, там, партиях и посмотрите. Мне это вообще похуй, когда я там кого обыгрывал. Без обид, но сейчас вы реально чересчур как бы. Кому это интересно вообще? Вас совершенно не интересуют, по-моему, сами шахматы, да? Ладно. So after g5, there would be g3 move, and then queen d6 attacking the bishop here. And this was very important intermediate move in this position, because, for example, after bishop d6, there is a queen f7 check, then e5, and the mate here. Or, for example, after bishop e5, there would be check and queen e7. Probably this was the point. So the queen has to be here to control this square. So g3, queen d6, bishop e2, for example, then bishop e5, check, king d8. This was variation. So no more queen e7 move here. This is still weak. So after rook d1 here, attacking the d7 square, queen c7 now is good because queen e7 is not threat on f8 here. And after bishop g5, there is a d5 strong move. Want to exchange the queens. And after queen e6, bishop c5, c3, ed, cd, it leads to the draw after this variation. And soon later, rooks will be exchanged and it's just the draw. Okay, so he played e5 here. Ничего, Иванов, пока. So g3 was played here. So queen d6 because bishop h6 they would be mate here. Check, check, and mate on f8. So again, only moves queen d6 protect f8. Bishop e2 and bishop g5. Queen f7 and king h8. Also, you remember that in the opening he played rook d8 instead of rook e8. We see the difference. If it would be rook on e8, he would simply lost it. So a4 played by Smekel. He wants to distract black's forces with this pawn. And Karpov says that this position he actually prepared at home. So in reality, this position a little bit worse for black. Uh, and he was fighting very he had tough fight here to equalize first. And instead of a4, for example, bishop g4 was also interesting move with idea take on d7. We see that this pawn is weak here. And for example, after bishop f6, there is a king g2 move. And now after queen d2 check, black has to be careful because after queen c3, there is a rook f6 move here. Gf, queen f6, and attacking king and rook. Yeah, banana. This I'm showing you now Karpov, what Karpov says. It's not my variations. Karpov annotations. It's like example, rook f8, then would be queen d7 here. Queen c5, king h3, hiding the king in the safe place. Probably that's why king g2 to have this safe place, and after queen c4, rook f2. And this was played in a game Adorian versus Matulovic in Novi Sad in Serbia, 1973. And white still has some advantage here. But in this game, Smekel plays a4. And after a4, bishop e7 played by Karpov. He wants to play rook f8 and exchange the rooks. So a5, rook f8, queen c4, rook f1, and bishop f1. So here he played only move, but strong same time. Queen f6 he played. He says that he wants to transfer this bishop on this diagonal to cover the pawn. So he probably wants to put queen here. Yeah, polar bear. You have to be very careful. So king g2, queen f8. This was his beautiful idea. So stand behind the bishop and play bishop c5 here. So to try even to win this game, to have chances to win. So bishop e2, bishop c5, and bishop g4. We see that Smekel goes after this weak pawn here. Queen f2 check, king h3, and d6 by Karpov. And he says that this is a critical moment of the game now. In case of queen e6 here, black cannot go to the endgame without queens. For example, queen f1, king h4, queen f6, queen f6, gf, because they loses a important pawn on c6, and most probably it's lost position. White will put here, and then this king comes on a5. King has to hold this, and then king can go from these squares to support the pawn. And he was going to play in this position g6, opening these squares for king here. After queen e7, um, now idea to play bishop e6 and try to give some mating ideas here. But here black had a very strong move, maybe only move, but very strong. They're defending from threats and creating their own chances. So bishop e3 was very strong move in this position. We see that queen covers this important square, so there is no mate. Now queen d6 leads to forcing draw after check on f1, king h4, g5, king h5, then queen f7 check, king h6, and there is a draw. This, also, in case of bishop e6 here, would be queen f1, king g4, and queen e2 check here. And it's a draw. but not h5. This move is loses after king h4. We see that there is no more checks, and here is a threat, queen g8 and mate here. We see how dangerous could be the different color bishops, because they can each of these bishops cannot neutralize the power of opponent's bishop. So who is attacking, he's like extra piece in attack. I clicked something, right? Sick. How to? Where is this game? Where the bloody hell it's gone? This was game, right? No, not this one. Awesome. Also not this. How was in the game? Sick. Completely forget. Yeah, in this Lichess board, when I click something, then I cannot restore the position. What the fuck is this? I mean, no. He played, I think, King H1, right? And then Bishop E5 was played. Yeah, yeah. This was position. And now Queen C1, Knight G4. He took, and he took on F4. Queen F2, E5. No, he took E5. What was after that? Hmm. G3 was Queen D6, of course. Bishop E2, Bishop G5, check, E4. Okay, this was the game. Queen F6, check. This okay. This is the position. So G6. Um, what I was talking here. Yeah, Bishop E3 here. Strong move. Also A6 is not possible here because of H6 move, and the point that now threat is Queen F1 and Bishop G5 with mate. Um, Chess, hello, Chess. First time to the Twitch? Hmm, I don't believe you. Yeah, this position requires a lot of precision, right? Okay, so in this position, instead of Queen E7, no, Queen E6 we actually was thinking, right? He played Bishop D7, which looks very logical. White wants to win this pawn. G6 played by Karpov, opening for any case the square. Bishop C6 and King G7. So we see that these two pieces are blockade this pawn easily and same time creating unpleasant chances here. Threats, I mean. Bishop B5. The move probably played to activate the queen and control F1 square. And Queen B2, very strong move by Karpov here. And this is very good move. And Karpov says that most probably Smekel overlooked the idea behind this move. All suddenly there is a threat, Bishop G1 and attacking here. And there will be this pawn under attack and this pawn, this bishop. So white has to give this pawn away but they have very dangerous passer on a file. And anytime white can offer exchange the queens and black has to avoid. So he plays a6 here, bishop g1, queen e2 to protect here, and queen c3. So pawns are equal. And Karpov says that black almost equalizes the position. So bishop c4, queen c1, and bad move by Smekel according to Karpov. He played queen f1. And the right move was to play king g2 here. And all suddenly, after queen f1, it's black who will play for victory now. Queen h6 check. Maybe he blundered this. King g2 and queen h2 check. Looks like Smekel simply blundered because this looks very risky. King f3, queen h5, king g2. And in this position, game was adjourned. And he says that analyze showed that um, white has good chances to make draw, but it will be uh, big work to do it. We see with one inaccuracy, queen f1, he simply lost the pawn and now has to work for draw. So he give check and play bishop d4. This bishop controls this square and also this. Same time, always queen f2 idea. So bishop d5 by Smekel, bishop c5, Karpov waits, bishop c6 and bishop d4. And now bishop b7 by Smekel is mistake. And he says that white trapped. Much more persistence, resistance defense was bishop d5 here. And he was going to play g5. And after g5, king g4, because h5, g4 is mate coming. And after king g4, there would be h5 check and king f5. This was a best chance for white because queen g5 is loses. Duel of check here, king f5 is a mate in one, and after king h5, there is a bishop f2 move, and black is winning because queen h4 mate here, and after queen h5, there is a bishop e3 and mate on g5, or after queen h4, mate on g6 here. Yeah, this was nice ending. But Smekel plays bishop b7, bad move. So what's going on here? One second, guys. Something wrong with this book. I guess. Yeah. So after bishop e7, he played g5 here. Very complicated in game. Yes. So idea to play h5, same like after bishop d5, right? But there should be some difference. Let's understand the difference. So king g4 and h5. We know that when bishop was here, he could go like this. And let's see what is now. King f5 still only move. Queen g3, king e6, and queen f2 strong move by Karpov. And queen b5 he played. In case of queen f2 here, bishop f2 and king d6 would be g4 strong move. And the point that this white bishop cannot stop black pawns because bishop d5 simply no time to transfer here. And after bishop c8, there is a king f6 protecting here and also preparing king g5 and push this pawn to the queen. And here is the difference. In this position, when he played queen f2, yes, Uh, he could take queen f2, bishop f2, and bishop was on d5, he had king f5, very strong move. And after g4, he had bishop c4 move, and it should be draw. Yeah, they decline in the game. It's only chance. Yeah, and it would be draw here. After bishop, when bishop was on d5, king e5, g4, bishop c4. That was the idea, that no more g3 because bishop f1 blocking on the light squares. In the game, he played. Let me see where he gone here. Queen b5 he gone. Wants to try to have some chances. And queen f6 check was played by Karpov, protecting area around the king. King d5 and g4. These pawns are going forward. Bishop c8. Um, Queen e7, controlling a7 and also 7 rank to avoid some checks. Uh, Bishop f5 played. King h6. Queen f1. Queen c7 by Karpov. Queen e2, and he give check here. King e6 and king g5. So he put queen on c5 to avoid this check because of bishop e3 here. And queen f1, so Smekel has to simply wait, nothing else to do here. And queen a3, queen e2, bishop c5, protecting here. Queen d2 and queen e3. Again, white cannot exchange the queens. And yeah, it's winning position technically. And after queen f5, there is a bishop b6 he played, attacking the queen. And now there is no any more threats. He also covered this diagonal, and these pawns are moving forward. So queen a2 played by Smekel, queen f2, queen b1, and finally g3. So he avoided all checks, and he pushed the pawn. And this pawn is completely blocked. Bishop h3 by white. Of course, white cannot blockade it safely. So king h4 attacking the bishop. Bishop g2 played Smekel. In case of queen h1 probably would win, maybe even queen h2 was winning here actually. Exchange, then bishop protects the pawn, and then this king will go to g1 and wins the bishop. So that's why he played bishop g2. Uh, and after bishop g2, he don't take here because this pawn can become dangerous. And he played queen g1. And the problem that they're forcing to go to endgame, because in case of queen b2 here or queen c2 would be bishop f2 attacking here, and then this pawn will go. So that's why Smekel took on g1, bishop g1, but this endgame is hopeless, and he took on d6. For example, after king f6 here, there would be bishop d4, or I mean this position, bishop d4, and then in case of bishop f1, otherwise it's too strong. In king f6, there is a king g4, and we activate bishop f1, and then g2, king g3 here, and this pawn goes to h2, and then king f2 wins. Yeah, this is how he would winning here technically. Uh, Thank you for following. Um, that's why he take at least a pawn, but this important pawn will be protected after bishop d4. So the threat is king g4 and pushing, so a7 by Smekel, bishop a7, king e5, precise calculation, king g4, king d5, h4 here. And after e5, h3, bishop h3, king h3, e6, last good move, bishop c5, controlling square, and after king c5, g2, we promote with a check. This is how nicely uh, win by Karpov. Objectively, he was bad, but he defended first, and then Smekal all suddenly blunder pawn on h2. And later he also missed good drawing chances. Now, the next game against very strong player, Karpov is white against Polgaevsky, Lev Polgaevsky, very strong player. And this was played in candidates match stage 1-4 in Moscow, 1974. This was number 6 game. So Karpov is white. Yeah, that was very good game. Karpov should be with big letter, I guess. And here is L. Polukavsky. Guess it's written like this. Moscow 74. 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. Uno momento. Let me make it look better. Like this. So, let's go. Again, Sicilian. E4 by Karpov. C5, Polugavsky answer. We know that Polugavsky wrote a very good book about his system in Sicilian, so he feel very well Sicilian. Knight d4, knight f6. Yeah, yeah. Next time I will refresh. You're right, or maybe I will refresh now. Okay. Thank you. Give me advice. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd, knight d4, knight f3, knight 3, a6 is a neither variation. Bishop e2. Yeah, this was a favorite move for of Karpov. He played a lot of games in this system. e5, knight b3. Nowadays, top players they are choosing more like bishop g5 or bishop e3 line here or f3 immediately. Knight, knight b3, bishop e7, castle, bishop e6. Muito, Gaumarjus. Ara Robir. So f4 played by Karpov instantly. Polgaevsky played queen c7 here. Because normally in such positions when bishop on here, black avoids to take f because it will go with one move on f4. When if you play bishop e3, then sometimes they take because it will be loss of tempo. So now f5 the idea, and then take this control over this square. So queen 7 with idea f5 to have bishop c4 and seek the chances on c file. Also in this position, sometimes black plays directly bishop e6, castle, knight d7 to put rook on c8. But okay, Bulgarsky knew what he's doing. And a4 by Karpov, knight bd7, king h1. This is a long theory. Castle, he played bishop e3, and instantly Bulgarsky took on e4. And now rook f4 took by Karpov, knight e5 and a5. Now finally he will comment. He says that this position is one of the tapia of Najdorf and was erased in many games. Uh, in fourth game against Polgaevsky candidate match, he played more weak knight d4 as he says, and after rook d8 we decided d5. Queen f1 was played there. Queen d7 by Polgaevsky. Rook d1 with an unpleasant pin here. Rook e8. Knight f5. No, 1 second. Rook d8 he played. Knight f. Something wrong, I guess, in this. Fine. Queen d7, rook d1. Okay. Very strange. I guess some mistakes. Okay, it was. We can find it in Google or in chess-based this game. Not so important. So he just played knight d4, and I guess some mistake in this book because it's for sure written wrong moves. Also, queen d2 was played many times, and knight d5. Uh, he says that knight d5 considered to be one of the best move here. And after bishop d5, ed. This rook reminds like against what we see in a game against Hort. And this current game, what he shows, it's between Hulak versus Portish in 1983 was played. So 9 years later of this current game. So knight fd7, logical move, supporting the knight. Rook b4 played by Hulak. Rook f e8, a5, all standard play. White tried to do something on queen side, and black has played over e file. Bishop f6, bishop g1, bishop g5 was played, and knight d2, knight f6, knight f1, g6. And white has a little advantage of the c3 and so on with idea queen b3 and put pressure on this pawn. But in this current game, he plays a5, fixing the weakness of b6 square, and knight fd7 by Polgaevsky. And Karpov says that it was better to keep this knight who was controlled these central squares. Uh, More natural was to play rook ac8 or rook fe8 here. And he gives some example of games, so we don't need it now. So he played knight fd7, rook goes to f1, bishop f6, and knight d5, strong move finally, forcing bishop d5. And now Karpov plays queen d5, interesting. He gives interesting mark to this move. In case of more quiet ED, knight c4, bishop c4, and queen c4, uh, uh, white will lose all opening initiative in this position. That's why he took with queen. And he says that to keep the initiative, he decided to sacrifice two pawns. And in this position, very critical one, Polgaevsky thought about 1 hour in doubts to take or not take this pawn. Uh, because he thought maybe in one option that maybe Karpov analyzed this at home, and he analyzed till the end everything. From another side, uh, he could not find anything, something dangerous for him. But in case of if he would decline to take this pawn, he would be under huge positional pressure. White would play c3 and rook d1, and pair of bishops connected with weakness of these two pawns would be a dangerous positionally for black. So he bravely accepts queen c2 finally here. And after queen c2, Karpov plays knight d4, protecting bishop and offering one more pawn here. Thank you for cheer, man. Thank you, appreciate it. So knight d4. This was the idea of Karpov, but he did not say anything. It was his preparation, or he did it over the board. And now Bulgaevsky take on b2 here. Uh, in case of, for example, black would not take and play queen c5 here, would be very unpleasant move knight f5, attacking queen, forcing to take queen d5, ed, and d6 pawn will fall down, and white keeps positional advantage here. That's why he take on b2, very dangerous. looks very dangerous, but rook b1 and queen c3 by Polgaevsky. Karpov says queen h3 was worse because this queen would be on the edge of the board. That's all what he says. So knight f5 for the top grandmasters, it's enough, such a little things. So knight f5 by Karpov. The aim. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you for cheering. Uh, the aim of this move is to protect the bishop and avoid knight c5 move here. Thank you for subscription, man. Thank you, teacher. Appreciate it. You give me motivation, guys. Thank you. So knight f5, first of all, protects and also not allows knight comes to c5, which, for example, it could be possible, not knight, I mean queen. It was possible after rook b3, protect here because of queen c5 here. And after knight f5, queen d5, ed, black has this important move here. Protects here, attacking here, and we see that it's 2 pawns for black, and the game will be okay. That's why in this position he played knight e5 immediately, strong move. And now Bulgaevsky played strong move back. Uh, uh, Chess Clash, thank you, man. Fichel, you're welcome. Are you German? Fichel? Looks like German letters or not? Uh, Hazara Bazara, hello. Yeah, from from Deutschland. How is situation in Deutschland connected with virus? I remember a few months ago it was quite bad. Maybe it's better now, or it's second wave, or depends of cities maybe. Because in Russia, for example, it's really, really, very, very bad situation. In my country also started second wave. Numbers are increasing. Okay, that's very bad. Uh, that's very, very sad news, man. Oof, I clicked something. Do you see the board, guys? Because I'm not sure. I clicked something and something happened to my page. Everything okay? Confirm, please, if you see the board. Polar beer. I have. Okay, thanks. I have co-workers in Minsk. Publicly, it is fine, but people know it's bad. Yeah, I understand. Okay, guys. Um, Dr. Zvichensuk. Very unfortunate because I'm in India and the time when you start streaming is already night. But you are only 90 minutes ahead of me. What are you talking about? It's not night. For me, it's 9 o'clock. For you, it's 10:30. So, and I started a really long time ago. So it was late evening, not night. Now it's one. No, come on. What are you talking? You are 1 hour 30 minutes above ahead of me. I know it. So for you now, not. Yeah, it's 10:30. I mean, yeah, 10:30 for you. But is it late night? 10:30? Are you kidding me or what? uh, Maybe you are a kid. How old are you? Like 13, 14 years old? Maybe I don't know. Maybe even less. You usually kids thinking that it's very late time. Ah, 13 years old. Okay, okay. Now I understand. You have to go sleep and then get up early because your parents wake you up, yeah, for school and this stuff. I perfectly understand you. I was hating school because of that in childhood. Hello, hello. Not, I'm not gonna play any Blitz today. I'm not in mood and don't have energy for today. I will stream Karpov games, which is much more interesting than how I'm playing Blitz, I'm sure. So let's continue, guys. Queen c2 played by Polugayevsky, strong move, according to Karpov, and he says that Polugayevsky is maneuvering his pieces very high level. In case if he would be a little bit slow here, uh, uh, White will mobilize the forces of the bishop d4 here, connected the pieces, and after queen d2 there would be rook b2, or rook fc1, queen a3, then rook a1, queen b2. Okay, let's say something like, imagine he would play this, rook fc1, then rook a1, queen b2, and rook a2, queen b4, and bishop d2, and queen is, as we see, trapped in b4 square. Okay, I cannot help you, man, with this question. Tell your parents that this stream is more important than your school, and maybe they will allow you to watch it. Okay, so queen c2 played, rook b e1, and this is first inaccuracy by Karpov. Rook fe1, according to him, white would have a solid advantage here, and after this, black has defense. Yeah, it's not happens often, yeah, but this is selected game, so not only positional outplaying slow, but also combinational. He was also very strong. Probably the most close by his style was Capablanca, as I know. So knight c5 played by Polugaevsky. Knight d6 attacked the knight. Yeah, he was very aggressive too. Yeah, positional aggressively there. And knight c d3 attacking the rook. Bishop d3, knight d3, rook d1, and knight b4. And he said this is a huge difference of position. He says that in this position, if he would play rook fe1, yeah, this rook would control this square. And that variation, what happened in the game, now would be this rook on e1, this rook would be on b1, yes? And he would play rook d1, and then this knight would be in trouble here. And in this position, imagine rooks are here, yes? Knight f2 would have one choice for black, but after bishop f2, queen f2, e5 attacking the bishop, and then rook f1 back attacking here. Or imagine if rooks are here and knight goes here, uh, knight b7 would follow, and material would be equal. Uh, White would have better chances. And here, unfortunately, he has this square. Now he takes on b7. And he says that he wanted to regain the material balance, but probably more chances was queen h5 in this position. And there was an immediate threat of rook f6 here, gf, then queen g4 check, king h8, then bishop goes to h6, threatening g7 mate, and after rook g8 there is a mate on f7. And it was not easy to defend against it, because g6 would be queen c5 here, attacking here, and after queen c5, bishop c5, both pieces are attacked. But he took on b7 here, rook a b8, queen a7, and here probably in time trouble, because Polgaevsky lost so much time to decide to take on c2 on b2. He plays decisive mistake of queen c6 here. Knight c6 was not better, because queen a6, no, queen c7 with idea pin, and after knight b4, queen c2, knight c2, bishop a b6, white would have advantage. But in this position, queen a2 was strong move here. Sorry, queen e2, what I'm talking here, attacking the bishop. Uh, and still, white would have some advantage, but not clear. And we see what happens in the game after queen c6 here. Now he played bishop f4, but according to Karpov, he could win even with this sacrifice here. And after g8, the bishop h6 move. And now threat is queen e3, queen g3 as we see to give mate here. And in case of knight d3, we cannot take because there is a check, right? But bishop f8, protecting the knight same time. This queen protects f2 square and same time attacking the rook. And we see that white is winning here because king f8 will be check. In case of rook f8, we will take knight, and after check, queen g1 we have. In case of queen c2 in this position, would be rook c1, queen d3, and queen c5 strong move. We see that this kind of play also probably would lead to victory, as in queen h5, queen g4 idea is here. But he says that what he chooses in the game also leads to victory after bishop f4 in this position. Rook a8 to avoid some ideas, and queen f2. Rook a d8 and queen g3. Or suddenly these pieces are out of defense for the king side, yes? And then now e5 coming, knight f5, f5, bishop h6, lot of threats. Queen c3 by Polgaevsky, try to exchange the queens, but rook f3 not allow. Queen c2 attacking the rook. Rook df1. We see that white ideally placed all pieces and ready for actions. Bishop d4 by Polgaevsky. Otherwise, it would be e5 with decisive attack here. So bishop d4 he played. And bishop h6 with direct attack on g7 square and f7. Knight c6 by Polgaevsky. He wanted to complicate the position after knight f7, or obvious move, queen c4. And the point that after knight d8, black has queen f1 check, rook f1, and rook f1 followed with mate. But Karpov not allows this idea happens, uh, and he plays knight f5 strong move, attacking here and also want to exchange and then give mate. Queen b2 played by Polgaevsky. In case of bishop e5 here, he would play strong move bishop g7, and after bishop g3, rook g3, and there is no defense in this position because you cannot defend against two mates. Knight h6 with one move, and after h5 there is a mate in two. Maybe not in two, maybe a little bit more. After check, check, and here. This was beautiful win, but Polgaevsky protects this square like that, and bishop c1 strong move here. With the tempo, white is free this h6 square uh, for the knight. Um, and there is no defense against it. So Polgaevsky played queen b5, and knight h6, king h8, knight f7 check, and unfortunately he has to give the rook because king g8 with either knight d8, queen f1 meets knight h6 check, and then there is mate in two. So rook f7 only move, rook f7, and after rook f7, bishop f6 played by Polgaevsky with idea rook f6, rook d1, last hope and mating, but of course Karpov is not going to fall in this. He played queen f2, protect, And after king g8, he simply take on f6, gf, queen f6, and Polugavsky finally resigned here. We see that white has two pawns and same time very strong attack here, like coming like this, or checks. Next game also very cool. It was played in the same candidate match tournament between Karpov with white against Boris Spassky, and it was a semi-final match, ninth game in Leningrad 1974. So let me change it. Karpov versus Boris Spassky. Only what changed, it was city, Leningrad. Now it's St. Petersburg. We know it. Yeah, polar bear, exactly. So very strong players now. Frankie Cam, hello. How are you, man? Welcome. So Karpov Spassky, e4, two greatest players. c5. So far we see only Sicilian games. e6 by Spassky, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, d6. Same like Hort played against him. And in that game, g4 was played, but this more modest move by Karpov because value stakes are much more high. He probably avoided too much risk in the opening. Castle, castle, f4. He played knight c6, bishop e3, bishop d7 by Spassky. Sometimes after this develop, black wants to take and play bishop 6. I remember this from Korchnoi, Victor Korchnoi games. Jigsaw does, yes, exactly. This was the candidate match before to me to claim a match uh, uh, against the Fischer in 1975. But as I told in beginning of the stream, Fischer declined to play it. We know, unfortunately. He also played this Scheveningen. They had in match versus Kasparov. There have been alternatives of Queen c7 or e5 here, but Karpov says that this is too early to develop bishop like that. Uh, yeah, so the idea was taken bishop 6, so that's why he goes to b3, not allow this idea. Yeah, unfortunately. So this retreat of the knight is much more precise than king h1, for example, or queen e1. Because with bishop on d7, the counterplay of black on the queen side, uh, it's a little bit slower to compare to with normal moves. So a5 played by Spassky here. Fischer was his own worst enemy. Yes, maybe. A dubious move according to Karpov. Then standard moves like a6 or queen 7 was um, much more natural here. Um, he says that the march of a5, a pawn is active, but white will have this square under control for bishop or the knight, and not allow for black to maneuver pieces well after that. He says that even now, after many years, this game could be example how you have to play with white in this type of position. So a4 strong move, fixing the pawn. Also, this square as very weak. Knight can go, bishop can go. Now e5 was a precise move. And after king h1, knight b4 here. And he said also after bishop b5, bishop 6, take and take here, queen e2. Uh, he says that white would have positional advantages in this position. So something like rook c1 probably follows, and queen c4 also can be, or knight somehow can go from this place, and c3 is coming, and these pawns are weak. But it was better probably. LP rival, yeah, for himself. So knight b4 immediately played by Spassky, and difference we will see. Bishop f3 here. And now he played bishop c6 here. He says that e5 with passive bishop on d7 was not so tempting idea. So that's why Spassky plays bishop c6 here. But knight d4. Knight goes back to d4, attacking this strong bishop. Spassky played g6. Maybe he was preparing e5. Uh, Karpov says after queen b8, queen e2, rook e8, like an example variation, and rook d1, king h8, knight db5. Actually, this was a game between Klovan and Vasyukov. Rook a6 by Vasyukov, rook d2, rook d8, rook f d1. Uh, Thank you for following. Uh, and d5, e5, knight d7, queen f2. Uh, White has clear advantage because of space advantage, and also d4. They possess d4 square. Maybe sometimes they go knight c2, knight d4, then c3. Yeah. And black pieces are very passive, all pieces. So in this position, after knight d4, Spassky answered with g6 here. No much things to do for Spassky. Thank you for subscription. Thank you, man. Appreciate it really much. I don't remember your account name. Are you new guy? Okay, so after that, he played rook f2 here. Very flexible move. He wants maybe this also opened for any case place for queen. And e5. Ziegel, your account name reminds me that I'm thinking that you are German too. I'm not sure. Ziegel, something, some smells like, sounds like German. Am I wrong? Ziegel. Thank you for following, guys. Yeah, today we are analyzing Karpov, his selected games from the book, where he chose 100 games of from his 30 years of playing. So after e5, okay, you're American, just part of my name. Okay, man. So knight c6 played by Karpov. This bishop is the strongest piece in the black's position, so he eliminates. Of course, now knight c6 is a positional mistake because light squares are so weak that white even can play f5, and then not possible to counterattack in the center. Obviously, Spassky takes with pawn. This pawn controls these squares, but this bishop is very strong if position will be open. So he takes fe, d, and now we understand why he played rook f2. First of all, this rook protects this pawn and free this queen from the defense of this pawn. So queen f1, strong move, aiming this square. Also f file under control, and this rooks control here. So fight will be against around this square. And white is counting to place one of the pieces, or bishop, or maybe queen, or maybe even knight, somehow like that. He says that if black somehow try to avoid play versus these ideas, his position would be okay. Uh, and he says that it was not big sense to play rook d2 because it was not clear where will be this rook more useful, on f file or d file. Also, after rook d2, Spassky could play like this and maybe exchange rooks. So queen f1, good move. Queen c8 he played. I'm thinking now, maybe Spassky could play knight d7 here. I don't know. Could be or not. To play bishop c5 and exchange this strong bishop. I'm not sure if it's good move or not. Probably rook d1 is logical with idea bishop g4 and then play queen c7. But the point that I cannot play bishop c5 because rook d7 is a threat, right? And then bishop g4. Yeah, maybe it would not work. Or even bishop e2 and then bishop. Yeah, it was too slow. That's why Spassky played queen c8 here. With idea knight g4. So Karpov plays h3, same time control, and uh, have in future king h2. Knight d7. Okay, this idea Spassky played now. In case of queen e6, which looks quite a natural move here, Karpov could play something like rook c1. The idea is to play bishop e2 and protect this pawn. And in case of rook fd8, he would play bishop e2 with idea bishop c4. And after rook d4, not take here, because after ed, black has good compensation because this will fall down. Also, big this bishop becomes strong, but b3, and then we place bishop here and play on the light squares. Yeah, this was good idea. Or also after queen e6, he could play g4, g5, and then bishop g4. So knight d7 played uh, by Spassky. He obviously wants to play bishop c5. So bishop g4 by Karpov, pinning the knight, not allowed bishop c5. Now, more preferable was to play queen c7 here, uh, hiding from the pin and connect the rooks. And white has only little advantage here. But Spassky played h5 in this position, bishop d7, queen d7, and queen c4. Very nice place for the queen. He not only controls c5 square attack here, but also looking here. So rook f1 is the idea. So after queen c4, bishop h4 played by Spassky in this position. Very unpleasant end game would be after queen e6 here, because queen e6, if he rook f1, he would exchange this rook here. Then, for example, after rook f2, rook f8, we obviously not exchange because this will fall, but rook e2 was the move. And the point that these pawns are so weak, and bishop b6 sometimes is a threat, and also we want to go knight b1 here, the knight e3, knight c4, attacking both pawns. So positionally, a huge advantage. Of course, Spassky not even considered to exchange like that, so he plays bishop h4 here. Rook d2, he wanted to distract this rook from this f file until it needs to protect this pawn. So rook d2 and queen e7 um, by Spassky. He was tempting, no, not tempting, like seducing white to win the exchange from first side. But after bishop c5, there would be queen g5 strong move, attacking the rook here. And after rook d7, try to win this pawn, right? There would be knight c2 strong move, attacking the rook, also aiming here. And after bishop f8, rook f8, black all suddenly has good active counterattack here. After rook f1, there will be knight e3 or knight d4 blocking the black squares. Obviously, Karpov no, avoids such a tempting move, so he plays rook f1 strong move instead. Rook f d8 by Spassky. He wants to reduce white's pressure and same time avoids bishop c5. And now very nice positional move. So we see that this knight very annoying, so we need to kick it out with c3. Knight b1, very strong move. Try to take with the knight and preparing c3. He says that he choose the most comfortable moment to transfer this knight to active position. It would be happens very quick if Spassky would exchange, because the knight d2 and this knight would come here after c3 and then let's say queen b3 or queen e2. So queen b7 played by Spassky. He predicts that this knight will be kicked out and he protects this pawn and tries to attack this square. King h2 by Karpov, strong move, no way to hurry. And also it's squeezing the possibilities of this bishop. And now g3 is a threat. And after bishop e7 there will be queen f7 and there is no good squares. King g7 by Spassky to play bishop f6 after g3. And c3, logical continuation after knight b1, knight a6. And now a very nice positional decision by Karpov here. Uh, you have to remember, when you are attacking or have a strong initiative or pressure, you have to avoid normally exchanges of pieces. So that's why he played rook e2, very nice positional idea. He keeps more pieces on the board. This rook protects, and black has not. You see, this rook is passive. This pawn is weak. Knight on the edge. So position is there where all pieces are misplaced. So he keep both rooks for attacking on f5. And same time he opened this square for the knight. And now here is a direct threat. For example, if you play rook b8, some useless move, g3 attacks the bishop. After bishop f6, rook e f2, and after rook d6, there would be bishop g5 attacking this, and then this will fall. That's why uh, in this position, Spassky played rook f8. So both rooks are passive, only move to protect this square and have this bishop d8 idea in case of g3. So knight d2 by Karpov. Bishop d8 played by Spassky. Obviously queen b2 is loses in 1 after knight f3. We are attacking the queen and we are attacking the bishop. And same time we cannot go with both pieces. So after knight d2, bishop d8 played by Spassky. Maybe he wants to play bishop b6, eliminate this strong bishop. Knight f3. We see how quickly position changed to from a little bit better to big advantage with precise moves. Knight b1, king h2, and rook e2. f6 played by Spassky, and this move creates more weakness in the king's residence. And unfortunately for Spassky, he did maximum, but position is bad. Rook d2. Again, this rook takes d file. Very strong move. This uh, rook's maneuvers reminds our game against Hort, right? When he played this rook g4 and rook b4 and rook then e4, then rook e3, rook d3, this kind of maneuvers. So bishop e7 by Spassky. The point was that knight b8 was bad with idea activated from here. Duel of knight g5, penetrating on e6 or after fg. We take on f8 and take on d8, and black's position collapses here. So that's why after rook d2 he played bishop e7, try to reduce white's pressure on d file with exchanges. But after this move, Unfortunately, there is a queen e6, very unpleasant move. So the threat is rook d7 directly here. Rook a d8 he played. Knight b8 was the last hope here, but obviously with such a move you cannot uh, survive a long time in practical games. So rook d8 he played, and rook d8 by Karpov. And he take bishop d8 because rook d8 is loses immediately after knight e5 move. Look at this sacrifice. So uh, tactics usually serves the strategy. This example. And the point that you cannot take on f3 because rook f7 and they will be mate. And after queen c7 without a pin, there is a check, king h8, and even queen e7 is the simplest way. If you take here, there will be fork, and in case of queen e5, f3, rook f6 is just hopeless end game for Spassky because this and this is under attack. That's why he decided in this position take with bishop, but unfortunately rook d1 follows, and on the board it's material balance, but the difference between pieces decides the result here. Uh, King avoids immediate threats, but move by move, black's position became worse and worse because the pieces are very badly coordinated with each other. So knight b8 only move to protect this square. Bishop c5 attacking rook. Rook cannot go leave 8 rank because bishop will be lost. So rook h8 only move. And rook d8, Spassky resigned because after rook d8, bishop e7 and black is hopeless. Rook is hangs. This is fall down. No way to go here. After rook f8, we simply take. We take here, then we take this and winning endgame. Yeah, this was quite interesting game. And next game, we will see. He played in the final stage of candidate tournament 1974 against Korchnoi. We know that later years he had a few matches against Korchnoi. Let me 1 second change it. Victor Korchnoi. I guess it's written like that. I'm not sure. This was played in Moscow. E4 played by Karpov. It was his main weapon. C5, knight f3, d6. Again, Sicilian. All games so far are Sicilian. It's number 6 game, and all 6 was in Sicilian. Incredible. Knight f6, knight c3, and g6. So this is a dragon. He says that Karpov says that during his long career, a dragon was played against him in around 20 games, and he says that probably only once Black escaped for draw. Can you imagine? So it's like he won 19 games out of 20. Crazy. And he says that so many years passed, but this game is very memorable for him. So bishop e3. This is a very famous game, by the way. Bishop g7, f3, avoiding knight g4, and knight c6, queen d2, castle. He played bishop c4 once again. After long castle, there is a variation of d5, very sharp. So bishop c4 cover this square. Bishop d7. Thank you for following. Potato. Uh, h4 directly he played. In previous game, what we see against Geek, he played long castle. Rook c8 by Korchnoi. Queen f5, rook f c8 also was very popular in the days. Bishop b3, avoiding of obviously knight d4 idea, and then this falls. So bishop b3 you necessary to play. Knight e5 and long castle. This position even nowadays are critical. He said h5 immediately also was possible. Now he played knight c4. h5 was last possibility to stop this immediate attack here, but it also leads to very, very sharp games. I remember from some computer games. So knight c4 played by Korchnoi, bishop c4, rook c4, and h5. By the way, guys, can you write me something in chat because or it's stuck or you don't, just don't writing. I don't understand what is going on. Probably it's stuck for me. I just don't see any messages. Can you write something or not? Or maybe you are writing, I just don't see probably. Probably you are writing, I just don't see. Okay, let me refresh it then. Give me, give me a few seconds to refresh it. So after h5, knight h5 by Korchnoi. Otherwise it will be free attack after hg and bishop h6. Sorry, knight h5. Uh, g4 played by Karpov. Knight f6. This is famous game. Uh, he says that this was very common position in that years. White has a lot of moves here. Knight d5, rook dg1, bishop h6, e5. But in this game, he chose the modest move, knight d e2 here. And he says he had in mind a new idea, which he prepared especially for this match. So knight d2, connecting these knights together. And let's see what happens now. So the idea behind this move is very obvious. Yeah, we control c3 square, and sometimes this knight also can be connected to the attack. Imagine that this queen will be on h6 and g5, knight h5, always knight a4 threat. Uh, Silence Killer, hello man. Very nice. Yeah, I just did not see any your. I did not see any messages here. Now I see. What black does against bishop h6? Funky Sharky. Who knows? I'm not playing Dragon. Bishop h6. This is a very known line. Probably, I don't know actually, I don't remember. Knight e4 doesn't work, I guess. With idea rook d4 for some reason. We have to check in chess base. Maybe queen a5 even this move. Bishop g7, king g7, queen h6. I don't remember really. I'm not playing this with both sides, so okay. Here, Karpov just says that this is one of the main move. Bishop h6, knight d5, rook dg1 here. But he played this because he prepared new idea. New idea in 1974, of course. I mean, you are welcome. So knight de2. What happened here? Let me find. Queen a5 played by Korchnoi. So Korchnoi, after knight d2, probably he was out of his book and he was trying over the board. And Karpov says more safe was rook e8 here. With idea after bishop h6, play bishop h8. Uh, because in this position e5 is a bad move. Um, no, sorry, what I'm talking about. In this position, I mean, after looking at if e5 by white here, his idea in case of d, play g5, yes, and attack here and queen d7. This was one of the idea of knight d2. Uh, but after e5 in this position, knight g4. This was in one of the game played by black. Fg, then bishop g4, queen d3, and queen c8. With very unclear play. But Korchnoi played queen e5. Yeah, this is standard attack. H4, H5, but knight D2. I'm not sure it's the main move. I'm not big expert of this variation. So bishop H6 played by Karpov, and bishop H6 played by Korchnoi. And here was the old Simagin idea to keep this strong bishop but give exchange. Maybe this was interesting. This. And this bishop helps in defense and same time helps in attack here. Uh, Rook fc8 here. This just leads to transpose to the position what happened in the game. So he take rook fc8. So Korchnoi plays logically, but I'm sure it was predictable move. So probably Karpov still in his home preparation here. And he played rook d3, strong move. Ah, yes, he says this was home preparation, rook d3. One more time protects c3 knight, and he frees this knight for attack on the king side. He says that this was well-known ideas like rook d5 or g5. It does not offers anything real. So, for example, after g5, probably knight h5, and here is not a direct threat, but because knight f4, I guess, leads to rook c3, bc, queen c3, and here is attacked, and black is winning here, because after rook h2, I will give you check and take. Hello, Daniel, how are you, man? Yes, yes, this is very cool game. Who don't know will enjoy. So rook d3, played by Karpov, it was prepared at home, and understandably, Korchnoi was in big troubles here. Uh, and he played rook c5, and Karpov says that probably this leads to force win by white. He says after bishop e6 still was unpleasant g5, knight h5 only move, knight g3 with idea knight h5, uh, queen e5 attacking the knight and aiming g7 square, but knight h5, gh, queen h5, white has a solid advantage, but maybe this was uh, interesting. But Mikhail Botvinnik offered that most uh, resistible defense was queen d8 in this position to bring this queen from this side, and he don't add anything. So rook 4 c5 played by Korchnoi from first sight. It seems like he protects g5 and everything on 5 rank. But he missed something here. He missed the g5 very strong move. Anyway, obviously knight h5 not logical after you play rook c5. So he played rook g5 here. And what do you think? What Karpov played here? Who knows this game? Keep quiet. What do you think? What happened? Polar beer f4? You decide so quickly. You are genius or what? Two great players are playing, man. Think a little bit. After f4, rook h5, and you losing the game probably. Guys, it's playing Karpov and Korchnoi, yes? You must little bit think before say something like kids. Funky Sharky 95. It's a mistake. Probably, if I accent your attention on this position, means that must be something very interesting. Yes, Rook D5, of course. Look at this beautiful move, Rook D5, brilliancy. So this was he prepared. The point that F4 leads nowhere after Rook H5, Queen H5, and we see that Black will exchange the queens and White are in trouble. Knight D5, unfortunately, with idea distract this knight from F6 and then attack, not works because of Rook D5 here, and this knight will stay alive and then they will take care. So Rook D5, look at this beautiful move, attacking queen, attacking the rook. Knight D5 leads to mate on H8. Hello, hello. Yeah, polar bears. That's why you need to think a little bit, no? Not to play immediately F4. At least 2-3 minutes. But okay, Rook D5, uh, and Rook D5 is the only move, right? There is no other move in this position. Knight D5. This is the idea. It's very important not to win exchange. Very important to exchange this knight, which only piece which protects this poor kingy on the G8, right? We cannot take because of mating too. Here's the direct threat, knight e7 and some moments knight f6. Today I got permission to stay awake. I congratulate you, Indian boy. Lucky Indian 13 years old boy. So probably you tomorrow miss school or what? Or you will be sleeping in classes. Okay. By the way, maybe in your country it's locked down. Maybe you have school by online. I'm not sure. Or how it is in India. Depends of state maybe. Depends of city. So Rook E8 played by Korchnoi. The point that it's black is very late to bring queen in the defense of kingy, because after queen d8 there is a knight ef4, very unpleasant move here. Knight f6 it's not made because king all suddenly escapes on e7, but knight ef4 with idea to exchange and bring another knight to d5 and control e7 square. And after that, queen f8 leads to mate to d3. Yeah, so these knights are killing. You see that whatever black will play, they will lose. Probably the best decision in this position is rook c5, as I understood. Try to give this rook for knight. Probably white will take care, as they will play knight d5. Now mate in 2 is coming, so rook d5 only sacrifice, and probably check. And we can even exchange the queens and take ed, and the game will be winning, because this d pawn will become the passer after sooner or later we bring king here, then b4, c5, and these pawns will not go so fast. Yeah, it's alien versus predators, eh? Alien knights, exactly. So that's why uh, in this position, Korchnoi played rook e8, protects direct mate here. Um, Knight e4 anyway by Karpov. And Korchnoi plays bishop c6. Again, it was a threat, knight f6, knight d5 with a mate. So bishop 6 takes control over d5 square. Polar bear, I need to remember sometimes you cannot mate and need to take the material. I still looking to mate, thinking it must be possible, but often there is some resources. Yeah, sometimes you just use your huge attack to transform it to material advantages, which will be often decisive. Or sometimes it's better to continue attacking instead of take material. It depends on conquered position. In this position, in previous variation, it was good to take material because we also would exchange the queens, take the pawn, and win the end game. Chinimo, hello man. So what? Yeah, it was necessary to take d5 square under aim. Uh, for example, after bishop e6, with the same idea to take control of d5 square, there would be very unpleasant knight e6 with idea mate, only move is fe, knight f6 check, only move is ef. Look at these pawns here. Queen h7, king f8, queen b7. We see that material balance is equal, but white has strong initiative. Yeah, this mate is one in hangs. So after queen b7, queen g5 check, king b1, rook e7, then queen b8 check, rook e8. What else? Because king f7 there is a mate in one. In case of king g7 there is a mate in two after check and mate. So rook e8, queen a7 here. Obviously not rook h8 because king g7 here, and it's white who lost because rook hangs, queen hangs. Once we take, there is a mate on g1, but queen h7 here in this position. Rook e7, and then we give check back and take on d6. We see that position is hopeless for the black because these three pawns will sooner or later smash white position. Uh, so that's why um, Korchnoi most probably calculate these two, so he played bishop c6. Uh, I try to avoid the end game, yeah? I like end games. I'm often confused middle game. Lately, I try to force end game so I will blunder less, but that's me. So after this move, guys, I give you 2 minutes to think. Don't give me answers instantly. Use the brain a little bit. So, what happens? What do you think? What Karpov made here? I remember when I was kid, I think I solved this position. Favelair, hello man, how are you? Funky Sharky, knight f6 and queen e7 and knight with rook coming to h7. Doesn't work because he will escape to d8 and c8 then. Who knows this position? Please don't pretend that you're finding over the board here, over the thinking. Just don't say anything. Uh, yeah, Parakovsky, you're right. Knight h5 somewhere in mind, but how to do it? Uh, Knight e6 doesn't work, Funky Sharky. For example, knight e6, I take fe, knight f6, I take ef. Then queen h7, king f8, check, I will escape, king d7 and king d8. Knight f6, ef, knight h5 is the idea, but unfortunately it's not strong because queen g. Okay, I will show you now, guys. e5 was played, very strong move in this position. The point that white wants to close this rank, and we will see now. For example, this line of Funky Sharky doesn't work, unfortunately, for white and for him, because check, king escapes from this line, from these squares, and after check, king c8, it's white who is loses here, because he's down, and at the same time, queen e1 is coming here. Uh, the Parakovsky's idea of knight f6, ef, knight h5 is good, but doesn't work, not because of gh and rook g1, yes, winning the queen, because of queen g5 strong check here. Exchange, and we give this exchange, but it's black is not worse here. Yes, these pawns will go. But beautiful idea e5 here first. The point that Korchnoi took here, because knight d5 is leads to mate in 2, and d, now we take on f6 and play knight h5 with mate in 1 idea and no more queen g5 check. And after this we just mate black with queen g7. Yeah, this was beautiful idea here. Yeah, so bishop d5 by Korchnoi, ef, ef, and now in this position, uh, knight h5, white could lost a game in one after rook e1 check and just mate. But unfortunately for Korchnoi, there is a check on h7, and after king f8, he simply plays queen h8, and Korchnoi resign in this position because after king e7, knight d5 check, and he cannot take queen d5 because rook e1 check, and he wins the rook or queen. And in case of, for example, king d7, there is a fork. In case of king d8, we simply take on f6 and have completely winning position. Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, this was a dragon variation, yeah. Yes, yes, to stop the queen g5, yeah, that was very cool. Very beautiful game. Okay, finally another opening now. Now game between Karpov and Spassky in tournament Riga 1975. So let's see. Most probably Karpov already is world champion here because uh, Fischer declined to play. So Karpov is white against Boris Spassky. Riga. 75. All right, let's go. Funky Sharky, thank you for compliment. I'm not sure, but anyway, thank you. Shardy, can you share the fan of the? I will upload it probably on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. So, and it still will be 2 weeks on my Twitch channel. So, you will have much time to see. You're welcome. So, d4 this time. Karpov starts game. Knight f6. So late years he started to play d4 too. e6. So in 1975 he was 24 years old, full of energy, very strong. Knight f3, b6, g3, bishop b7. This is one of the classical line in nowadays too. Bishop e7, knight c3, castle, queen c2, played by Karpov. Well, he wants to play e4, right? So d5 by Spassky, cd, and he played knight d5 here. So ed is another line, castle, knight d7 he played. After knight c3, bc, uh, knight d7, there is a tricky knight g5 move attacking here. And after bishop g5, bishop c6, bishop b7, white has advantage here. After rook b8, we put bishop on c6, blocking queen sides and assault on in the center. So knight d7 directly was played. Knight d5 by Karpov. Good decision. And now ed was played by uh, Spassky. So that's why it was better in previous moves to take ed when knight was on f6, because with the position, the hanging position, I mean hanging pawns in the center, it's small pieces on the board, as better for black. And in case of bishop d5, there would be e4 move now, bishop b7, rook d1, c5, and then d5, very strong move here. ed, ed, uh, bishop f6, h4, with better chances for white. It was played in 1965 between Smyslov and Geller, a challengers match. But Spassky plays ed, rook d1 by Karpov. Uh, put in advance the pawn, the pressure on d5 pawn in case of c5, dc, bc. Knight f6 by Spassky. Knight goes to e5. So he wants to penetrate on weak square. So Spassky wants to play c5 and dc immediately. So bishop c5 played by Spassky because bc probably he did not wanted to play with these weak pawns here. Without as less pieces, more weak they became. Maybe some bishop g5 idea with idea knight d3 attack like this. Yeah, so he decided to play this, but now he has isolated pawn. Knight d3 by Karpov. This kind of position exactly was suitable for Karpov's style. Yes, he liked positional slow play. Bishop d6. Spassky is trying to keep bishop. Bishop goes to f4. As more exchanges white will make, as more this pawn will be weak, especially when such a strong bishop and such a passive bishop here. Rook played on e8 and e3. The point that white is not obliged to hurry with exchange because black bishop cannot go anyway. For example, after bishop e7, there is a bishop e5, a very unpleasant move. And next idea to exchange knight e4 or directly knight e4 and then exchange. Same idea after bishop f8, we play bishop g5 with idea take and knight e4, and this will fall. That's why he played e3 first. Knight e4 played by Spassky. Bishop d6, queen d6, and knight f4. He says this is quite standard play against isolated pawn. Now, by the way, this is a threat. Bishop e4, queen e4, and there is a pin. Rook a c8, played by Spassky. He says that Spassky did not wanted to defend this position passively, and he starts tactical complications. But let's see what happens. Queen a4 attacking here. Again, the same idea to take here twice. Queen played on e7. This was Spassky's idea, connected with this sacrifice. But Karpov takes on e7 anyway. And uh, Spassky has to sacrifice, otherwise he just lost pawn and lost position. So queen knight f2 he has in his mind. And now, of course, not king f2 because of queen e3 check, king f1, and rook c2. And now suddenly black is winning, yes? There's a mate in 1. In case of knight d3, there's a check and mate on g2. But Karpov had in mind to play knight d5 here. And we see that in case of black queen will go, this will fall. So only move is bishop d5, and white is in time to exchange on e7. Very important exchange here. Knight d1 by Spassky. In case of rook e7, there would be rook d5 move. So this bishop is very strong, also pawn up. After knight g4, there would be e4, knight e3, and rook b5. And we see that after knight g2, king g2, this pawn is weak. So, but probably, maybe he should play like that, in my opinion. Also was possible in this position to play bishop h3, knight e3, bishop c8, knight d5, rook d1 with ideal mate on 8 rank, and after knight f6, rook d6 here, attacking from this side. Rook e8 and bishop f5. Also advantage for white because rook b8 should be played, and this rook is passive. Then we'll play e4, bring this king in center, but it's little advantage. Before you be happily takes the piece, yeah? Yeah, that would not be wise decision to take it. So knight d5, bishop d5, queen e7. Spassky for some reason played knight d1 here, which is mistake, right? He should go for that bad end game, but not too much bad. Here he missed rook c1, I'm sure. And the point that we cannot take both rook or queen because it will be mate on queen e8 or rook c8 here. So rook b8 is necessary, and queen h4 played by Karpov. And Spassky is queen down. Maybe he thought he will create some fortress in this position. But let's see what happened. King g1. So now let's imagine position. These rooks are traded, and there is not this pawn, not knight, and no these two pawns, right? It will be draw because of fortress. I'll put my pawn on g6, on h5, then I'll play rook e6, and then when you play like that, I will exchange and just keep this rook here and move my king. Just move it, and then you cannot do anything. Can be another fortress too, I guess. So this is what Spassky had in mind, yes, but it's not possible to do it properly. Rook e6, best place for the rook, protecting here, and want to connect rooks. Queen f4, attacking the rook. Rook d8 he played. Queen d4, rook d8, queen d7, knight g4, rook c8, knight f6. Uh, there is not um, there is not perpetual after rook e1, king g2, rook e2 because king h3. Of course, also maybe king f3 is possible. No, king f3 is knight h2, not knight e5. What I thought because king e2, knight e7, rook e8 we have. But here is a king h3 move, and after knight f2, there is a king h4, rook e4, there is a g4, precise calculation, and after rook g4, there is a queen g4, still protects. After knight g4, there is a mate. That's why in this position was played knight f6 directly, and then rook e8, rook e8, queen b7, attacking the pawn. Uh, then he played rook e6, queen b8 check, knight e8, a4, g6. So both sides are doing maximum. b4. He played king g7 here, queen b7. So white has to create a pawn passer and try to avoid this knight sacrifice for this pawn. So h5 by Spassky, h3, king f6, king g2, rook d6. So we see that Spassky cannot do anything because this rook is pinned with defense here. Knight doesn't have any future. And after a b, ba, rook e6, a6. Unfortunately for black, they cannot give this knight for this pawn. They cannot trade because he played knight c7, and we of course not take on c7. We play a7 strong move here. And what to do? Rook e7 only move to protect the knight, but check on c6 here. And he played king e5 because unfortunately for him, after king g7, there is not queen 7, rook 7, a8, of course, but queen d6 move was winning, attacking the rook. And in case of king f8 only move, there is a check. Knight e8 we simply promote, on rook e8 we simply take, or he loses rook. That's why he played king e5, try to cover this square, but after queen f3 he resigned in this position because there is no moves in this position at all. Now we can activate this pawn to g5, then queen f6, or king is coming. So in this position, he just resigned. No fortress chances. Yeah, this was a technical winning. Next game is also very famous. He played against Rafael Vaganyan, the Armenian very strong player, uh, in 1974, same year with white. Let me edit. So Karpov versus R. Vaganyan. It was played in Skopje. Skopje is Macedonia, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Skopje, 1970, what year? 1976, right? Um, Skopje, yeah? Yeah, in Russia it's Skopje. Okay, I will, Skopje, I think it's, yeah, Macedonia, yeah. Skopje, I think it's written like that, if I'm not like this, I guess. By Jade, by J. Skopje. Okay, let's go. So Karpov is white, e4, e6 this time. French defense, d4, d5, knight d2 also in style of Karpov, because knight c3 leads to more sharp positions. c5 by Vaganyan, ed, ed, knight f3, and a6 played Vaganyan. He says that in that years he was almost always used this knight d2 move against French, and Vaganyan prepared this rare move a6. So of course the idea to not allow bishop b5 after knight c6 move here. It's quite obvious idea, but it's also losing the time. And sometimes black are ready to play c4 and b5, for example, after bishop d3 here, there will be temp, right? But it has minus, of course, because you're losing the time instead of develop. So d6 is his place. The simplest decision, he said. Also, bishop e2 is a perspective move. So bishop c5 played, knight b3 attack, bishop b6. Uh, Black has bishop a7, bishop d6, bishop e7, or bishop b6. So hard to say which is best. So Ganyan played here, and bishop d3. There is also line bishop g5, knight e7, but it leads to nowhere. So bishop d3 is logical to develop. Knight e7, because Vaganyan wanted to avoid this kind of pins here. That's why he put knight here and want to connect his knights. Also, I remember in Korchnoi games also was played like that. Maybe they also, yeah, I guess they played it in match Karpov and Korchnoi in matches that used. Queen e7, I think he wanted to play queen e2, and the exchange is good for white because it's isolated pawn, as I understood. Queen e2, definitely he wanted to play like that, then he would maybe take with bishops and castle, and same position without queen, so it's less initiative, which compensates this isolated pawn. So knight e7 is the spirit of Vaganyan. Castle, knight b c6, rook e1, and bishop g4. So both sides are fighting for this critical square d4. So we see that these two pieces look, and now he pinned this piece. If black will somehow manage to go d4, he will be okay. If vice versa, white will keep positional advantage. And now bishop e3 was mistake, to way of d4. So he plays c3, the standard move. Yeah, he did not wanted to play h3 because after bishop h5, later they can make castle. And in this position, castle would lead to bishop h7 blow, and then check and queen g4. That's why he played c3 first. So h6, black has to lose time. But in my opinion, instead of h6, maybe bishop h5 was a good move here. I'm not sure, but um, this pin is still remains, and next move is castle. Maybe he wanted to avoid bishop g5 idea here. I'm not sure it's so super strong because I will make castle. I don't know. Okay, he played h6, and after h6, h3 happened. Bishop h5 and bishop e3 move. And we see that black is wasting time here. So castle he played. He says that exchange of these black square bishops is good for bad for black, but after bishop 7, black would be very behind of development. He says, and don't add any variations, but probably okay. He has something in mind, maybe something like g4 even. Maybe g4 is possible. I'm thinking now. Bishop g6 and take here, because this leads to some discovery checks in case of fg. Maybe knight c5 attacking here, and then this is coming. Yeah, so this kind of small variations proves that he was right. Waganin also was thinking about that, so he make hard decision castle, but uh, nothing to do. So bishop b6, queen b6. We see without black square bishops, black doesn't have a counterattack over black squares on f2 pawn or bishop 7, queen d8 on h2. And queen e2 played by Karpov. He wants to play queen e3, as I understood. This looks not so logical to put queen ahead of rooks, but black cannot use it because after rook f8, this rook is not so protected. Yes, after knight goes, we try to take it on e8. So that's why he played rook f d8 here. Rook a d1 and a5. Vaganyan is trying create some activity on the queen side here and to push away this knight from b3. But he underestimated next sacrifice of white, which leads to forced play. He played bishop b1 here. Uh, he says that it's very important to control this square. That's why queen e3 would be mistake. And because of queen e3, rook e3, then bishop f3, rook f3, and a4. And black are fine here. Maybe d4 is coming next. That's why he played bishop b1, open d file to control this square. After bishop b1, Vaganyan took on f3. Yeah, this was his idea here. Otherwise, there is not explanation why he played a6 move, right? He wants to take on f3, distract this queen here, and then he thought that he winning this pawn. But Karpov calculated deeper. He played knight d4 here. And Vaganyan accepts the sacrifice with queen b2. Yes, you have to control square next to this pawn. Yeah, hit to this pawn. Not allow it to go forward and exchange or give more space for black pieces. So knight d4, very strong move. For example, now knight d4 was not possible. Oh, what I'm doing? Knight d4, rook d4, and after queen b2, rook b4 here, attacking the queen, and same time we're winning this knight. That's why he played directly queen b2, and he thought maybe he's okay. But now the idea of calculation of idea of Karpov, we'll see. Knight c6. Black cannot take bc because rook e7. So knight c6. He distracted this knight from protect the king. And now queen f5. Mate in 2 is a threat. g6 only move. And queen f6. This was his idea. And white pieces are very placed very beautiful way. They control whole board and coordinate with each other. Very harmonious squares. Uh, this queen not only protects pawn but also creates bishop g6 ideas here. So Vaganyan played rook d7. In case of rook e8, probably it would be bishop g6 here. If G, hello, red Leon, I guess. Hello. After bishop fg, queen g6, king f8, only move to protect the rook. Then would be queen h6 check, king g8, and rook e6. This was his idea over the game probably. And then rook g6 here. In case of take, could be the mating chances here after rook d5 and then maybe some check here and then rook d5. Yeah, looks very scary for black. Obviously, Vaganyan wants to control 7 rank to cover king with this. And what happened here, guys? What do you think? Um, what Karpov had in head? Thank you very much, Red. Um, Bishop g6 it's not so strong because he will take queen g6 and rook g7 he has. Rook g7 covers this king. Um, rook e what? Rook e6? Ah, rook d5 you mean? Rook d5, I don't think it's enough. Then bishop g6, I can even maybe not take it, maybe play, okay, maybe like rook d7. These kind of moves are too slow. This move, guys, look at this, boom. Look at this boom in the clear sky. Bishop f5, very strong move. Vaganyan played rook e7 here. The point was that after rook c7, there was simply rook d5 now. It's a very good position for white. And in case of gf, there would be rook d3. This rook, because at the same time we need to control this diagonal, and this rook has to control e file. After f4, in case of knight e7, there is rook e7, and then there is a mate after rook g3 and queen h8. And after f4, control this square. There is a queen f4 move here. Queen g4 was the threat, and now most resistant was to play f6. But in case of queen c2 here, there would be rook g3 check, king h7 only move. In case of king f8, there is a mate in 1. In case of king h8, there is a mate in 2. So king h7, then queen f6 move, mate is coming. And after rook g8, we simply take on g8. And after king g8, there is a mate in 2. This was the idea. And that's why Vaganyan plays rook e7 here. And he took rook e7. Even bishop g6 leads to advantage after fg, rook e7, knight e7, queen e7. This is also advantage for white, but he take immediately knight e7 and bishop d3 he played. Knight a5, only move uh, by Vaganyan. Red Leon, not today, sorry. Uh, Knight c6 would be bad because of bishop g6. Also, rook e8 is a bet because of rook e1 with a pin. And after queen e3, to protect, there is a bishop b5 here. And killing here. For example, after king f8, there would be rook b1 move. And after queen e2, there is rook b7. After queen e3, there is a bishop g6 and then mate on f7. In case of rook e8, we can take here, take and mate. Bye bye. So after 95 was after rook e7, knight e7, bishop d3. Vaganyan played knight e5 only move. Bishop f5 by Karpov, gf by Vaganyan, and rook e1. Very strong move here. He said that very important, not allow to black to put this rook on 6th rank. So rook e1, he's tied this rook on controlling 8th rank, and was very good idea. Also preparing rook e3 or rook e7 in future. So queen a2, you take by Vaganyan. A tricky move, he said. Now rook e3 seems to be very tempting, very good move. But black is getting draw after f4 move, attacking rook and control this. So queen a4 is necessary. Queen b1 check, king h2, and a3 strong move here. Rook g3, and all suddenly queen sacrifice after queen g6 here. Rook g6 and fg. And white has to force the perpetual after queen f6, a2, and then give checks here. But king simply goes like that. Because in this position, if you go queen c1, this can be risky for white. Because after queen a1, this pawn will come here. Then idea, for example, if I go, I don't know, f4, you have to be careful because d4 can be followed. Then b4, b3, b2, and then a1. And it's white who is loses here. Paganyan played queen e2 with that idea, but Karpov see it, and he plays queen h6 move here. a3 and queen g5 check. It's very important to put this queen with tempo on f6. King f8 and queen f6. Mate is idea. King g8 and queen f5. Queen d2 and rook e7. Attacking here. We see how energetically plays Karpov. So this is a very good move because black rook has to be distracted from a file. Now queen g4 check follows. King h7, rook e5. So this is the idea. Queen h6 on the move, rook h5, rook a8. Unfortunately, black is too far. So queen a5 check, king g7. We grab the queen. He gives a check, king h7. Uh, he takes the pawn, king h8, and takes the pawn here. So one tempo for black is not time for that move, and rook is hangs. In case of rook f5 or rook a4, there will be check on c8 and check on d7 or c7 and grab the rook like this. In case of rook g8, we simply win this pawn. So this was very cool game. Oof, next game is cool. Next game is very, very interesting, instructive, and game technique. Let's see this game, guys. It's the same tournament, and Karpov is a black this time and plays versus Kuraitsa, Bojan. B, I guess it was like this. Kuraitsa versus Karpov. Same tournament in Skopje. Yeah, okay. According to computer, maybe because I didn't check on computer, and this was annotated a long time ago by Karpov. Could be, yeah, yeah. But we must understand that it was played between two humans, so, and he was putting all the time pressure on Maganyan. In practical game, it was very hard to defend. Yeah, yes, of course. Okay, so e4 played by Kuraitsa, e5 Karpov this time, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, the Spanish main line, knight f6, and now bishop 6 by Kuraitsa. He says that white is not it's not challenging to get advantage in the opening, but this game is more interesting with it end game. So dc, knight c3, and bishop d6. D4 played by Karpov. This is a selected games of Karpov, my best games. D4, and he says that two last moves, knight c3 and d4. White played in not the spirit of this position. Usually they play like this: d3, then knight bd2, aiming c4 square. Bishop b4 by Karpov. The most simple way, he says. And now he will create double pawns for white, and they cannot avoid it. Uh, Sometimes I see games I resigned. Computer says he can be held, but then shows amazing moves or survive. I would never see. Interesting what computer sees and doesn't see. I see computer see almost everything. Maybe some fortresses in end games he don't see still without table bases from long time. I mean, from long moves back. Maybe sometimes he can go for some variation in middle game, which shows that it's in end game will be winning, but in real it will be draw. It's often when it's imbalanced material. It happens with imbalanced material because, for example, a queen for computer, but it can be some fortress. Sometimes underestimated completely. So bishop b4 played by Karpov, knight e5 played by Kuraitsa. It's not better to play d here because bishop c3, bc, queen d1, king d1, knight e4, attacking here and here, or for example castle ed, queen d4, queen d4, king knight d4, and bishop c3, almost same like in the game. So he played knight e5, that's why. After knight e5, knight e4 played by Karpov, pinning the knight here and takes this important central pawn, castle. It's obvious something go wrong for white in this game. Bishop c3 he take. It's not possible to play knight c3 here because bc, bishop c3 is a blunder after queen f3, attacking this square and this bishop, and white is winning. And he didn't want to lose time after this bishop d6 here. So he took bishop c3 here, bc and go castle. Now this is hangs. Bishop a3 by Kuraitsa. Knight d6 he played. Because after rook e8, probably he did not want it allow this queen f3 idea, and knight also has to retreat. So knight d6 here. We see that these pawns are weak. That's why he called for it. And he wants to play against on light squares after bishop e6, f6, and this is weak. c4 played by Kuraitsa. It's the right decision, he says. Uh, he says that if he would fix these pawns on light squares like this, then I don't know, b5 or just simply f6 and knight c4 would be very sad situation for white. So c4 practical decision. Polar beer, let me read what you say. Yes, I used to do numerical simulations. Link an engine type version wrong evolution. I see some no good openings. Evolutions like +1 and then two moves their engine change mind think. Yeah, okay. Happens often, yeah. So f6 played by Karpov. This knight has to be pushed away from the stronger point. Knight g4 played by Kuraitsa. Rook e8 because knight c4 leads to bishop f8, right? So rook e8 he played here, and knight e3 and knight f5. Because this is very good defender, it should be exchanged. Knight f5, bishop f5. These pawns are weak. Queen d2 he played. And thank you, Andrew, for following. Queen d2. So Kuraitsa connects the rooks and want to exchange them. Bishop e6, strong move. Attacking here. Queen c3, queen d7, rook fe1, and queen f7. That was the idea, to provocate some weakness here. And queen b2, strong move by Kuraitsa. Yeah, Kuraitsa was good player. And he said it's very creatively played, queen b2. In case of bishop c4 here, Kuraitsa wanted to take queen b7, bishop d5 with either queen g6 attacking here. There would be rook e8, rook e8 and queen e6 in time to protect g2 square. Queen g6 then queen f1, queen c2 here. Uh, he says that black has some advantage, but it's not enough for victory, because even if you pick up this pawn, uh, bishop can be placed here, and this pawn blockades both of them. Uh, Thank you for following. And that's why in this position, after queen b2, he played b6. He needs to keep these pawns alive. And c5, important temp white has, uh, which lets to hold the position still. Uh, for example, it's not dangerous for them to play bishop d5 with either queen g6 because c4 is strong move, distracting this bishop, right, to c4, and then we take twice. This is not dangerous for white. Or queen g6 with the same idea, then f3 first we play, and then c4. So that's why after c5, Karpov plays b5, and this bishop is dead now. He needs to be somewhere transferred, and also he wants to play bishop d5, and this pawn controls. Levi Rosman, Jevishman. What a strange people coming here. Huh? Unfortunately, I don't have mod right now, and I don't know. I don't understand why my knight bot is not rigging for such things. Okay, then let's just ignore. Okay, come on, just don't pay attention to some idiots are coming here. So bishop b4. So he want to blockade with bishop e5 here. A5 was played, not allowed. Bishop d2, bishop d5. So black is doing maximum what they can do in this position. F3 is necessary to play to reduce this diagonal, this bishop. So queen g6 was actually the threat and mating threats on light squares. So f3, rook e1, and now on queen g6 he would probably simply go on h1. Karpov exchange and play b4 here. Uh, it was doesn't have any sense to take bishop a2 immediately because rook a1 attacking bishop and then take on f5. Thank you for following. Okay, thank you, man. GTK, appreciate. So after this, uh, that's why he played b4 here. I mean, I lost position where it is. Yeah. So b4 now is a threat. Yeah. Yeah, this is really monster here. So in such positions, which side have initiative, we don't feel opponent's bishop. Yeah, it's like this bishop like doesn't exist. It's such feeling. Yeah, it's play on the light squares. So somehow need to activate for white's position. So he plays a4. That's why. Uh, After a4, ba, queen a3, and we see that now black has a passer on the a file, and these pawns are these two pawns stops easily these three. So extra pawn on a4. Bishop b4 played by Kuraitsa. Uh, Karpov says that with accurate play, Kuraitsa almost equalized position, but still it needs to be very precise play. Uh, Torina, thank you for following. So bishop b4 was played. Uh, Queen g6 by Karpov, attacking c2 and also have in mind to take on f3. So practically it's very hard to defend such positions. Queen c3, h5, open square for the king, and in future maybe go like that. Bishop a3 blocking the pawn, and now rook and queen are more free for actions. Rook e8 by Karpov, because he could not find anything useful here. There is not b3 square to penetrate because of pawn, and e file is a central e file is occupied by rook, so no other plans. He just go for endgame. Rook e8, queen e8, decided to penetrate unpleasantly on e2. King f2 by Kuraitsa protects. Queen g6 back. Queen d3 played Kuraitsa. He took last chance and he took. Probably Kuraitsa thought that it's deadly draw. But now we have very interesting endgame here. It seems like it's very easy game for white, but it has a lot of hidden ideas. And to win this game, he created a little study here, study kind of play. So h4 first of all, strong move, not allow this h4 move. He played himself. These pawns are doubled, but sometimes they create a very good like defense around. Yeah, for example, when king goes to d5, then he cannot go to c4 because of this. So once we go king d3 or bishop b2, it will not go forward. Now g3 played by yeah. So he says that it was very important to fix king side pawns here, uh, and in future create chances to break through over this side. So only chance is for black is to play king side. So g3. He says that much more stronger was to play g4 and then h3 here, and it was fortress in this position. He just simply put bishop here and just go with king. Yeah, this was the best move. But he played g3. Probably Kurait a little bit relaxed here. He thought that he could make draw anyhow. King f7 played by Karpov. King e3. Uh, its h4 pawn is untouchable because this king will be unable to hold everything, all pawns, and that's why this king has to watch out this a4 pawn very carefully. So he plays king e3, f5 by Karpov here. He says that it was possible to bring this king here and then push pawns, but he was avoiding to push opponent for right idea like check and h3. That's why he plays f5 himself. So king f4 by Kuraitsa, king g6, king e3. So most probably drawish would be gh continuation, and after king h5, king f5, which looks risky during the game, but it was draw after bishop b2 here. Idea is after king h4, play d5 and take this pawn. So bishop d5 necessary, and then bishop c1 here. And after, if we take, the king goes here. So bishop f7 to control the square, and then we go back to b2. And after king h4, there is a d5 and draw. Yeah, this half rights are good to make draw, but it was not so easy during the game. We see the practically how strong was Karpov even in these such positions. Yeah, from out of nothing he was creating. So he played king e3 passive, king h5, decided to push this pawn, bishop b4 and g5. Now black has very unpleasant threat here to play f4 check. For example, bishop e3, there is f4, gf and g4. This is how they go through. And then king h2, king h2 idea. Bishop will easily hold this pawn. It was first threat in this end game. So king f2 by Greizer, avoiding check. Bishop a2. It was much more precise to attack this pawn from this diagonal, a6 and d3. So later he will bring this bishop to that diagonal. So bishop a3, bishop b1, king e2, bishop a2, bishop c1. So Kuraitsa has to wait in this position. And bishop c8 he played. And now Kuraitsa lost control of his nerves. He played d5 bad move here. In uh, in precise with precise play, he would have chances to make draw after king e2 here. Yeah, and then after bishop a6, king e3 here. After f4 check, only chance. Then gf, and after g4, not to take here, but f5, strong move. And unfortunately for black, they are behind. But not bishop b2 move here after bishop c8, not this move. Because ag check, ag and f4. That's why bishop should be here to control this square. And two moves, this or this, because g4 loses duel of king h4 now. And this will go here or this will fall down on d3. And after gf, bishop c1, king g5 here. Bishop b2, king h4. And then this bishop will take this pawn. Okay, this was the idea. But after bishop a6, um, he played d5 bad move here. And he took cd, of course. So d4, it's like from first sight it was same, yes. Anyway, d3 pawn was loose, but after d4, now we see the difference. f4, very strong move by Karpov. Uh, the point that after g4 here, yeah, that we will see now why we care, because this pawn, this square will open, and we'll see where. Now Kuraitsa took gf. In case of g4 here, he was losing because of king g6 move here. And there is a march of king f7, king e6, king d7, and we go here. This was the point. With pawn on d3, he will play bishop a3 and not allow to penetrate on the that side. And the point that once you go here, you put bishop first diagonal, and once king will try to block us from that square, this bishop will penetrate to e2 and eat these pawns here. That was the idea. So that's why he took gf and g4 now. King g2 and bishop f5. Yeah, 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 d4 pawn, yeah. King f2, gf only chance to win. King f3 and check on e4. King f2, king g4. Bishop b2 by Kuroitsa. Because they are in Zugzwang, white doesn't have good move, because if king e3 or e2 or e3, black will win this pawn. In case of king g1, this king will simply penetrate here, then check, and then go to this side and uh, just promote. So only move is bishop, uh, what he played, bishop b2, right? Yeah, bishop b2, and he lost this pawn now. Bishop c1, he go back. Bishop b2, he put c6 to avoid some attack, some future like c6 and some attack, who knows, like avoid these kind of ideas. Bishop c1 and king h3. We see that bishop cannot play here because this will promote. So king g1 only move. Bishop g6 he played. King h1 he played. The point that this bishop has to control this square. For example, after bishop b2, now king g4 was played. This and king f4, and black is winning because I will put bishop here, and then this king will penetrate from these light squares to b3 and push this pawn and win. So after bishop g6, only move is king h1 in this position, and bishop h5 move. It's very important to take control over f3 square here. Because, for example, king g4 leads nowhere after king g2, king f3, king f3, king f5, king f3, check, and king e3. And we cannot go here. That's why he took bishop, that square immediately after king h1, bishop h5 here. And after king g1, bishop d1, white is resigned. Can you imagine here? What a game. And the decision of Yugoslavian player, Master, was wise because he arrived to another Zugzwang here. For example, here is a bad move to play king h1 because king g4 is idea to come here, and after king g4, king g2, king f5, and now white doesn't have time to play king f3, unfortunately. And after king f2, king e4, attacking here and go to the d3 c2, and also bishop b2 is losing because of king g4 here, king g2, and bishop f3 check. And here was a Mikhail Smyslow, perfect. How are you? Yeah, the point that h3 was very bad move here. It would lead to draw because of king f2, king f4, king e1, attacking the bishop, bishop h5, and king d2. And the point that after king d2, it's not senseless to play like this because of king c3. Sooner or later we have to go after this pawn, but we simply wait. We simply wait like this. And the point that after you take, you cannot get this king out from this corner, and the bishop simply will move. h3 was bad move, but instead of h3, of course, uh, much stronger is this check, and after king f2, king f4, and black is winning here, whatever you play. So for example, check, I will, no, check is immediate lost. Yeah, no moves. For example, h3, we play king e4, then we go bishop h5, and then king d3, king c, king c2, king b3, and push this pawn. Yeah, such a cool game. Oggi, thank you for following. Very cool game. Next game also very cool. Okay, it was played a game a year later. Karpov with a black against Tatai. Yes, Tatai. I guess impossible to make mistake with the name. And it was played in 1977 in Las Palmas. Las Palmas. Of course, the big letter we need to put here. Okay. After this game, Kuraitsa vowed on to drink the night before playing Capo. Even again, he went to the from his remaining three encounters. Okay, so knight f3 played by Tatai. C5 Karpov, C4, and knight f6, knight c3, d5. I guess in this tournament, Karpov scored something like 13 and a half out of 15, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. CD, knight d5, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7. This is modern variation of English system. The standard move is castle here, but queen a4 by Tata. Check. Interesting idea, he said. White is using, trying to use a little bit uh, development advantage, and we will see what happens. So knight c6 played by Karpov here. He says that after bishop d7 here, queen c4, knight b4 with idea fork, and castle, knight c6, queen c5, black doesn't have enough compensation for the pawn. So that's why he developed the knight. And now knight g5 by Tatai in this position. He said in case of queen c4 here, he was going for knight d before. And after castle, this is the difference between previous variation. Queen f5 he has moved. And after knight e4, strong move queen a6. In case of take, this is knight a6. And queen c5 leads to b6 move. Queen e3, then castle. Because there's some check ideas. So castle. Knight e1, preventing knight c2. And then bishop e6. This was game actually. Knight c3, rook a c8. It was played in 1977 between Keishauri and Georgadze, Georgian players. So after knight c6, knight g5 played by Tatai. He attacks on d5 square. e6 here, protecting the knight. Knight g4, attacking the pawn. Knight b6 played by Karpov. Good move. Queen e7 loses the pawn immediately after knight d5 here, ed, and then knight c3, attacking the pawn, and if it goes forward, then the check on c6, bc, queen c6 and we lose the rook here. That's why he played after knight e4. What he played actually? Castle, I guess, right? No, 1 second. Ah, no, knight b6 he played. This was strong move, attacking the queen. Queen b5. Tatai still wants. He's insisting to take this pawn. c5 by Karpov. Now we see that the development are okay for black too. Hello, hello, Mantiha Tassi. And knight a4 played by Tatai. The point was that after queen c5 with idea check here, it would be denied by bishop f8 and then bishop e7 castle. In case of knight c5 here, with idea knight b7 and bishop c6, simply castle. I'm okay, man. Hello. And after castle, bishop c6, bc, queen c6, e5. And black would have very dangerous initiative. For example, at the castle, bishop h3, then rook c8 with nice development and initiative. That's why Tatai played after c4, knight a4. Wants to exchange this and take this pawn. Thank you for following. Castle, time to sacrifice and develop. Knight b6, ab, and queen c4. So both players was going for this position, and Karpov has initiative for pawn and development. So he says this is critical position. White achieve what they wanted. They win this c pawn. Black in this time castle to the king side and ready to actions in the center. And same time this a file are open. It's very useful um, very for black. So he played e5 here. Also was interested to play bishop d7 with either rook c8 then knight d4 and using this c2 square, and then that king the queen is too active too early in the center. For example, queen c2 was already mistake because knight d4 attack. Queen b1 there would be bishop a4 idea with either bishop c2. In case of b3 there would be bishop b3 ab and then rook a1 and check, winning the knight. Or for example, in case of castle, knight d4, bishop b5 is a threat. And for example, knight c3 to try to protect this pawn, also d square, b5 is coming. And after queen d3, b4 with either bishop b5. And after e3, then knight b3 using this file. We see that bishop b7 was very interesting. But he says that white still have good resources. Instead of castle, knight c3 was good move here directly, and after knight d4 there was queen d3 move, two strong moves. And the point that knight b3 will simply go rook b1, and in case of b5 with the same idea, then e3 white has here, and after knight b3 rook b1, knight c1, rook c1, b4 there is knight e2, and after rook a2 probably white is more or less okay here after b3, and then queen can go and then d4. Okay, this is not necessary variations, just example. After bishop d7 it still was very hard during the game to understand what is going on here, but he played e5 in this position, sorry, e5 with the obvious idea bishop e6 and then play a5 and e4. After that, queen c2 happened in the position. Castle was bad, duel of bishop e6, and white queen doesn't have good squares to go. Um, Also, knight c3, bishop e6 was also not so good. And after queen e4, bishop f5, and knight d4 was followed. Hello, Zwerg. Hmm. So after e5, he played queen c2 in this position. Knight d4 by uh, black, attacking the queen. Queen b1 here, because queen c2, maybe he wanted bishop e6, bishop e3 idea and take this rook. So he played queen b1 and f5, attacking the knight. Knight c3 and e4. We see that for only one pawn, black has such a unpleasant pressure in the center. Uh, Very interesting was to play bishop e6. He said directly here, with idea bishop b3, and after b castle. So more, probably he should play castle himself, of course. But he played e4 and d3 played by Tatai. Yeah, from d1 take c pawn and kick to b1. Crazy idea. But we have to give respect for Tatai because he didn't afraid Karpov. He played very aggressively. For example, e3 was very bad because white squares would become very weak after knight f3. You have to take AF, and we see that would be dangerous for white to castle because some ideas like g5, queen e8, queen h5 was coming here. That's why he played d3, try to break this center. b5 played by Karpov. He says that this white position this knight holds white position, so he wanted to kick it away. Bishop e3 by Tatai in this position. Uh, Again, e3 was bad because of knight f3. Uh, that's why he wants to exchange it like that. b4 played by Karpov. Knight d1 played by Tatai. Rook e8. So we see that he not allows castle because this is hangs. D fe, and bishop d4. The point was that bishop e4 was losing immediately after rook e4, and after queen e4, bishop f5, and then knight c2. Slowly lose. Yeah, right. He go for the fight. So bishop d4 by Tatai, queen d4 by Karpov. Yeah, this knight is pinned with the protection of the b2 square, so he cannot go here. And a3 played by Tatai. He says that after castle, black had a very pleasant choice here between bishop g4 or queen d2. In second options, white is necessary to play bishop e4 here, bishop h3, bishop g2, take, rook e2, queen c1, and check on d5. After king g1, bishop d4, he would say that black has very good chances for attacking. It's really like that because this bishop is very strong. Rook comes to f8, attacks. In case of knight e3, the bishop is 3 in the mate. Yeah, it was very dangerous. All pieces are very passive. This is like example. That's why he played h3, seeking some chances on the queen side. And in this position, he played bishop g4. In case of ba, he wanted to play castle here and have chances distracting the black forces. But he played bishop g4, solving the trap. Queen c2 by Tatai. The point was that threat was bishop f3 here. For example, AB, there's a queen b4, we see, yeah? If you play h3, then bishop f3, very beautiful move. In case of ef, there is a check, and then we take the bishop, but after castle, we grab this pawn. That was that's why he played queen c2 in this position to have after bishop f3 take, then check, and then we take this pawn. What do you think? What played Karpov here in this position? Try to think 2 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes here. Any ideas, guy? Yes, LP chess, bravo. Thank you very much for subscription, man. Appreciate it. Hello, Mantika Tasi. I told you hello before, but probably missed. Thank you very much for subscription. Queen d3. Look at these guys. Queen d3 move. Fowler e3 looks active, but I don't understand the idea behind this move actually. So probably you want to distract the knight and take here, yes? But maybe I can castle and after ef take with rook, or maybe even with knight is strong. After rook e2, some checks. Maybe it's still better, but it's not so clear. Yeah, e3. Okay, maybe it was also possible. But knight e3 actually here, maybe. Queen b2, some check, and maybe castle bishop e2. Yeah, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Yeah, e3 was interesting also. Yeah, but queen d3 by Karpov. Look at this move. Sacrifice queen. Now, for example, knight e3 was losing because we simply take on c2 and then take on b2. Rook c1 also was not helping white uh, with, because of simple BA. Thank you for following. And yeah, hello, hello. Welcome. Queen d2 was the best move here, but black had mass. The black has many uh, perspective continuations. For example, queen d2, king d2, rook a8 check, king e1, and here rook c8, for example, without the rook c2, black white king cannot castle because he just moved, or even immediate bishop f3 crazy move here. No, I mean 1 second. Which move? Yes, after this position, king e1, bishop f3 immediately also is possible. Without the king f1, we probably take, then rook t2 ideas, p3 ideas. Yeah, so this was queen d2 was the best move, but still very, very bad. Yeah, yeah. After queen d6, bishop 3, it's a joke, but he take ed check, king d2, and rook e2 check. He did beautiful check here. Probably Tatai maybe missed this idea. The point that after king d3, yeah, he did it, and after rook d8, he played king c4 here. In case of bishop d5, there would be rook d5 check, king c4, then rook c2 check, king d5, then bishop f3, and we take this rook. So that's why he played king c4, and after rook c2 check, king b4. He played rook dd2, I guess here. Ah, no, no. He played rook cd2, attacking the knight here. The point that knight cannot go because rook b2. So he played f3, and after f3, bishop f8 check. In case of king b3, there's a bishop e6. Uh, any light square for king will be checked with bishop, and then we take the bishops here. So king a5 is the only move, but bishop d7 here, and white resigned. Because, for example, if you play knight e3 or bishop f1, there will be bishop c5 move, and then mate on a8. Yes. Yeah, and these rooks didn't make any move, right? Whole game. Yeah, didn't move even once. Yeah, cool game. Next game is very principal opponent, Karpov with white against Korchnoi in the match on world title. So challenger was Korchnoi and Karpov was defender. It was played in Baguio 1978. So this was 32nd game. Karpov is white. Let me set it. Anatoly Karpov versus Victor Korchnoi. I think it's like this by English. I'm not sure, but looks like Baguio 1978. All right, let's go, guys. This match was going for more than 2 months. He was leading 5-2 after 27th game. Um, but he was also relaxed, as he say, and with desperate play, Korchnoi managed to win 3 games, back-to-back 3 games, and score was 5-5. Can you imagine? He said that in 4 games he lost everything what he was doing for 27 games, and he was very disappointed. But he came for this game with a mood to win this. He was playing calmly and confidently. So let's see what happened. Yes, so e4, d6. It's like not like Karpov was enemy of Korchnoi. It was whole Soviet Union system against Korchnoi once he leaves the USSR in that time and became the enemy of USSR system. d4, knight f6. So Karpov was like face of that time system. So it was very, very important for him to play well. Knight c3, g6 by Korchnoi. Thank you for following. Vera address. So g6. 1 second, this zoom unnecessarily started. I don't know why. So knight f3 by Karpov, bishop g7, bishop e2, castle, castle, c5 by Korchnoi. He was ready to big fight. He says in 18 games from this match, bishop g4 was played by Korchnoi. And after bishop e3, knight c6 here. But in this time, Korchnoi plays like that. C5. He said in that time when he was writing books that DC was, I mean, when they was playing DC, like theory in that time was thinking that white is better in that continuation, but he wanted to avoid Korchnoi's preparation, so he played D5, kind of Benoni system now, 96. Usually in Benoni there is not C2 pawn and E7 pawn, then it would be clear Benoni. Yeah, bishop F4, knight C7, preparing this, so he plays A4, B6, rook E1, bishop B7, controlling D5 square and not allow E5, bishop C4. He says that prophylactical move h3 to keep this bishop on this diagonal in case of knight h5 would lead to very sharp position after queen d7, bishop c4, or rook d8, and after queen d3, e5. He did not want to allow this, so he played bishop c4 directly, preparing e5 after, for example, queen d7, now e5, very unpleasant. But knight h5, bad move by Korchnoi, according to Karpov. He said this is just waste of time. And anyway, queen d7 was necessary, he says, because after e5, de, knight e5, there is a important move, queen f5 here, attacking the bishop. And after knight g6, there is a fg, bishop 7, and knight g4. And all suddenly black is who is attacking here. Still, he says that after queen d3, he would prefer white's position. Let's see what happened after knight h5. Bishop g5 he played. Korchnoi goes back, so he wanted to distract this bishop from this important diagonal. Queen d3, ideal place for the queen, which controls this diagonal and this square and connects the rooks. After queen d3, a6, rook a d1, so everything is prepared. Rook a b8 and h3. But he says that much more logical was to play e5 because everything was ready for this. And after d, play knight e5. His idea to put it here. And for example, b5 probably was going Korchnoi, ab, ab, and bishop b5, strong move. And after knight d5, there would be knight d7. Look at this idea. In case of knight d7, there is knight d7, then everything is false. So knight c3 here, and then bc, knight d7, bishop e7, and this is attacked, this is attacked. He says that in another, like for example, if he would play tournament game, he would definitely play like that. But he says that in this current game, he did not want to risk too much because value was very big. So he played h3 and knight d7 by Korchnoi. He's controlling e5, not allow this move. And he wanted to play b5, ab, knight b6 with counterplay. Queen e3 by Karpov. He wants to play bishop h6, eliminate this strong bishop. So bishop a8 by Korchnoi. Both sides are doing their plans. Bishop h6, b5. He eliminates this bishop, and now this pressure is not so strong. Greetings from Mexico. Hola, hola, amigo. Saulovich. Bishop f1. It's the safest place for this bishop. After b4, he would go knight b1, knight d2, and knight c4, of course. And knight f6 was played by Korchnoi. Again, take control over this square, AB and AB. And he said without this bishop on g7, this pawn's assault is not so useful. So knight e2, strong move he played. Bring more pieces on the attack on the king side and in the center. And he played bishop b7, and he says that black has problems because of bad communications of pieces here. If they would allow it, if they somehow would make e5 move, they would be okay. But it was not possible anytime because e5 here, d, knight e6, knight g3, and uh, black would be in serious problems here. Some e5 would coming, some ideas like knight f5. That's why Korchnoi decides to slow game with bishop b7, knight g3, rook a8, c3, rook a4 he played, and bishop d3. It a little bit remind me like Spanish. It's a difference that pawn not on e5 here. If pawn was on e5, it would be like Spanish system ideas. Uh, Queen a8 by Korchnoi. He again put pressure, not allows this e5. But anyway, in this position, very strong move, e5. Uh, Karpov started assault because he's ready for the actions here. All his pieces are on the ideal positions. Now Korchnoi take on e5. He provoked too much Karpov for all of this. In case of knight fd5 here, there would be knight h5 check. Look at this beautiful check here. And after king in h8, there is winning after queen h6, rook g8, knight g5 here, and mate. In case of gh, this position gh, there would be queen g5, king h8, and queen f5, and mate on h7. So this would lead to mate. That's why d is only move. Korchnoi probably when he played queen e8, he thought that he wanted to provoke Karpov for such a play. But it leads to fiasco. The queen e5, attacking the knight, and after knight cd5, bishop b5, attacking the rook. Rook h7, and knight h4. Now there is a lot of threats, include simple c4 and then take here. For example, after bishop c6, um, queen c6, there would be a c4 move, and after knight b4, there would be rook d6, very strong move here. Look at these guys. And the problem is that after rook d6, ed, there would be knight h5, beautiful check here. And after knight h5, gh, there is a check. We take this knight and win after knight f5. And there is a simply mate. Megalodon, thank you for subscription. Appreciate, man. Yeah, here there was hypnotist or not. Nobody knows. Maybe they just put somebody for psychological attack because they know that Korchnoi was very like believing in such things and became very nervous. Yeah, like all methods was used for victory. Um, and for example, here Queen b8 leads to bad endgame after c4, Queen e5, Rook e5. This knight has to go, then we win, then pin, hopeless endgame. Also, this is falls down. So that's why Korchnoi plays bishop c8 here. control this square and uh, defend e7. So he's doing maximum what he can, but unfortunately it doesn't help. And bishop e2, very strong move. With the bishop f3 and pin this knight. Serious troubles for black. And bishop e6 played by uh, Korchnoi. c4, attacking knight and the pawn. Knight b4, queen c5, attacking the knight. So queen b8 by Korchnoi, try to block it, but bishop f1. So all pieces are connected, very well placed. Rook c8 played by Korchnoi. Queen g5 with idea check here. King h8. Rook d2 protecting. Knight c6 and queen h6 played by Karpov. Probably he wanted to bring another knight here and attack. Also, idea is to play knight g6, fg, rook, fg, rook e6, or first rook e6. So the white has a pawn up and also a very strong initiative here. So rook g8 only move to protect these weaknesses. Then knight f3 was played. This is the idea. Queen f8. You see that the white's initiative is so strong that even despite that black is pawn down, they are seeking for exchange as a queen. And Karpov is avoiding it. Now rook b7 more or less would continue, prolong this game, but still was very bad. But he played king g7, covering this square and want to play queen b8, but not time for that. Knight g5 was played by Karpov, attacking this bishop. Bishop d7, and uses that this knight cannot move. He plays b4, creating passers. Queen a8, b5, knight f5, b6 here. And in this position, Korchnoi wrote down and put in envelope rook b7 move, but he resigned next day without continue play, and he resigned the game and match in this position. Of course, position is completely hopeless. So something like queen e7 is coming here and game is over. This is how Karpov regain, I mean not regain, I mean hold the title. The next game was played between Jan Timman and Karpov in Montreal in 1979. I think this tournament he also won. Jan Timman. Anatoly Karpov. It was played in Montreal in 1979. In 1979, he was 28 years old. So he says that this game was interesting because Timan fall in trap what was prepared for Korchnoi. So let's see. So c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f6, again English system, and e3, quite popular nowadays too. G3 is more often. Here is nowadays bishop b4 is the main move. So bishop e7 he played. Yeah, he says that more popular is bishop b4. So d4 played by Timon. He said maybe better for white to play bishop b2, castle, castle here. And after d5, take cd, knight d5, d3, and we have like a reversed Sicilian for white. But Timon played d4 immediately, ed by Karpov, and knight d4. In case of ed, there would be d5 move, and cd, knight d5. Black is absolutely good here. That's why Timon take knight d4. Sorry, this is the position. ed, knight d4, now castle. He take knight c6, bc, and bishop e2. d5 by Karpov, logical continuation. Castle, and put bishop on active diagonal here. And creating some ideas there, maybe even like queen e7, queen e5. b3 by Timon, he wants to develop this passive bishop with logical continuation, and queen e7. The direct threat is queen e5, take care or mate, and open square for the rook. And bishop b2 played by Timon. And he says that this position was played before, and everybody thought that white has advantage here. That, for example, after rook d8, cd here. In case of cd, there is a very unpleasant move knight b5. So queen e5 was played, and after queen e5, g3, bishop h3, rook e1, bishop b4, queen c2, and after some play, white was advantage in one of the game. But they prepared, or he prepared novelty here, DC, a new idea. And this move completely changes the evolution of the position. So here, maximum, with this exchange, black maximum um, open position, and the pieces will have a lot of threats. Timon take bc. In case of bishop c4, he was going to play something like queen e5, g3, and bishop h3, or knight g4, g3, knight h2, or bishop h2. He says was interesting. But after bc, rook b8. This rook also participates with the tempo. We see that the black position has such a hidden power. Yes, this is rook is attacking some direct threats here. Rook queen c1 by Timon. For example, rook b1 was a huge mistake. After rook b2, queen e5. And this attacked and this, and they will lose the knight. That's why Timon plays queen c1 and knight g4 by Karpov. This was prepared, everything. g3 played by Timon. In case of bishop g4, rook e1, was very unpleasant rook b4 attacking this pawn here. One second, guys. I will restart the chat. I guess it's stuck as usually. Hope it will work. So rook b4 was very unpleasant move here. Yeah, that's why he played in this position g3. And now knight h2 immediately also was possible with idea king h2, queen h4, and then direct attack. And but uh, he played rook e8. Now this threat will be even stronger because rook sometimes can be transferred from that rank. So knight d1 played by Timan, controlling this square. For example, after bishop f3 here was unpleasant queen f6, attacking the bishop on f3. Yeah, and uh, bishop g2 was bad move, due of queen h6 idea, attacking the pawn. And after h3, knight e5. We see that knight d3 is idea, knight c4 idea, and bishop h3 idea. That could be very unpleasant. And in case of bishop g4, and f3, there would be bishop h3 move, rook f2, queen g6 with very strong initiative for black. Bishop g3 is coming. This is weak. That's why Timan played knight d1 here. And after knight d1, knight h2, boom, it's starting. Timan, of course, seen this idea, but he saw that his next move, intermediate next move, is good. So he played c5 here. And Karpov actually, when he sacrificed on h2, he calculated everything very well. King h2 was bad because of queen h4 check. King g2, otherwise it will be sacrificed here. So king g2, queen h3. Now here it leads to mate. So king g1, take, check. King h1 and rook e4 in this position, very strong. Because rook e6 with idea mate, unfortunately doesn't work because of bishop f6. That's why rook e4 was very strong. And after rook f4, black has this move, bishop h3. Using that, white king is far away and no possible defense. I'm thinking now what after bishop f6 would be happen. Okay, gf we take, and after rook g1 there is a mate. Okay. So Timan, when he allowed knight h2, he hoped for this move, distract this bishop. But we don't take here, he took here on f1. And after cd, knight g3, this is what he calculated, because after d there would be fork, taking this queen. So only move is to take a knight here, queen d6 attacking this weak pawn, and queen f, king f2 is only move. Quadraspas, hello man, welcome. My separate chat, how I can see your messages, unfortunately was stuck. I just see you message now. So queen h6 played by Karpov, penetrating on h2, bishop d4, check on h2. He could not prevent this queen h2 idea, king e1, and queen g3. We see that his advantage is growing up. So far we have two pawns, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So rook and 4 pawns for bishop. This is too much. And also attack. King d2 and queen g2 he played with idea bishop g4 and eliminate this strong bishop. And Timan played knight b2 here. Try to block these pawns here. Bishop a6 from this side. Knight d3 and bishop d3. This knight was very strong. Rook b d8 he played. The threat is rook d4, ed, queen e2. So he played bishop f1, queen e4 check, and king c3 he played. Of course, king d2 was lead to immediate loss after queen e3 check. And c5 strong move, distracting this bishop. Bishop c5. And queen c6, attacking bishop. In case of queen e3, there is rook e3. We see that white position is unholdable. And rook b8 check. King a3. In case of bishop b4, as minimum we can take and simply play a5. King d3 is the only move. And after that, rook e5, attacking the bishop. Cannot go here because of mate. And after bishop b4, queen b6, Timan finally resigned in this position. For example, after rook b1, as I understood, there would be check here. If we take this as a mate, otherwise queen b4, or even more aesthetical queen e5 here. Maybe queen c3 was the last, then rook e3. Okay, just hopeless position. Seems like he had a lot of potential, yeah? Yeah, was not too bad player. Okay, guys, I probably, yeah, probably I will rest a little bit, like 10-15 minutes, and I will go back, and we can continue, guys. I hope you like these games. We can continue, Karpov. A lot of cool games are coming. For example, next game is very interesting. Yanar, hello. Yes, give me a few minutes because I'm really tired. Need some break. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I will back. I will even not stop streaming. I will put it on break and then come back. See you. Hi again, guys. Some Red Bull was necessary. Hi, hi. Okay, let's go for next cool game, guys. Next cool game we need. Let me choose. Okay, next game between Karpov is white against Robert Hubner, the famous German master, and he he's professor Egyptologist, and also he knows, I guess, around 18-20 languages. So very educated, very educated person. Hubner, maybe like this his name was written. Predator Hunter, yeah, exactly. It was played in Bad Kissingen. I guess it's written like this. I'm not sure. Maybe like this. In 1980. It was played 3 years before my birth. All right, a cool game. Karpov said that in this game, Hubner made one little inaccuracy and it was enough to lost. So e4. Hello, hello, welcome. Yeah, Levente, hello. Everybody follow GM Tranquilizer what we have in our chat. C5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd. So we need to sharp knight system, which is very popular even nowadays. So Hubner is inviting him to play a knight, but after bishop e2, he moves e6. e5 is the main move, and now it's Scheveningen variation with a6 move. So castle, bishop e7, f4, castle, king h1. Always useful move to avoid some checks in or pins in future. And waiting what black will play. Knight c6, bishop e3. Also, we know that Mikhail Tal was very dangerous with such positions. Often in his games he was making this e5 move and then crushing on the king side. But sometimes he also was losing because of that. Karpov took what I have to change? Ah, yes, of course. Thank you to tell me. It's a little, yeah, and also I guess we need to make like that. All right. Adam, Adam, hello. Yeah, thank you. What I'm thinking about London system, 1300 player, rapid or classical. And what's wrong with London system? Absolutely solid system. It can be played in any level, what I was showing many times. So go, feel free to play it. Um, as actually can be useful for your kind of uh, player because often your okay 1 second. Wow, thank you for subscription. Appreciate, man. Thank you. Because in your level, some players they make accent on opening study. So when you take him out of theory, maybe you'll be maybe he will play less stronger. Thank you guys for following. Appreciate. King h1, knight c6, bishop e3, bishop d7. Same. You remember this move from the game against Spassky, and then he played knight b3. If you remember, to avoid this knight d4, bishop c6 move. Um, LPHS. I hate the London system. But it's not London system, it's Jobava system. Don't hate me, please. All right, so this time he played queen e1. So he allows knight d4, bishop d4, and bishop c6. Yeah. I don't know what is London. Who is London? Why London? I don't have any idea. Tbilisi system. Tbilisi Jobava system. Okay, bishop c, queen g3. So he defending this way, not directly, but queen g3 very useful move. Traditional, attacking g7 square and also supporting e5 move in some variations. Do you think Rapport cries himself to sleep at night? I know Richard very well, a very cool guy. Hmm. Some fat bundle. Yeah. So Levente implemented new kind of mate, yeah, fat mate or flat mate. Okay, b5 obviously 94 simply leads to mate. So Hubner plays b5 with either b4, and sometimes this queen even can be transferred on b7 square if there will be time. a3 avoiding b4 idea, and g6. So again remains 94. So he says that he should play later this move at least, and he says that this is first and last inaccuracy of Hubner's play. Uh, so bishop f3, strong move by Karpov. So the threat is e5. After d, we can take the exchange or first take here, and then this is hangs. So this bishop is a little bit hanging. Queen d7 by Hubner. Rook a d1, again unpleasant pressure. So queen b7, that's why he played b5. So looks logical play. And f5 strong move by Karpov. So he's ready, completely ready in this position to start the action. So he's not wasting any time and he pushes the pawn. And he says this is most energetic move, most Red Bull move here. Yeah, after these comments, I need to drink this Red Bull. Mhm. So he using this inaccuracy of g6. Now Hubner played e5. The point is that knight e4, it doesn't work here. Because after knight e4, bishop e4, there is a f6 move, attacking the bishop. And in case of queen d8, sorry, bishop d8, there is a queen h4 move, attacking bishop. And after bishop f3, there is a mate. I think I saw this idea in some Puzzle Rush beginning examples, maybe. And after bishop g2, king g1, there is a mate on g7. Give me this position with white in a blitz game, and I will deliver the fat mate. Yeah, yeah, I believe you, Levante. And probably you will do it not only in blitz, so you cannot avoid fat mate here. That's why he plays e5, yeah, to cover this very important diagonal. Yes, this bishop is so strong on this diagonal, so Hubner tries to close it, but bishop e3 using that this is open. This square is very weak here, and sometimes can be ideas like fg, bishop e6, and bishop g4, bishop e6, or h4, h5. Minion ideas for white. That's why Hubner is hurried to distract Karpov's attention from the king side to the queen side. So b4, there is not time for such a philosophical moves like a5. So he tries to create immediate threats on these two pawns. Bishop g5, very interesting move by Karpov, pinning this knight. Also want to play queen h4, and queen b2 by Hubner attacking this knight. And rook d3 with hiding idea. Okay, the first main idea is queen h4, but hiding idea. For example, if you play something like a5, imagine rook b1, and after queen c2, bishop d1. Look at this, and we catch this queen all suddenly. Not often you will see such idea. That's why he took on c2 here, attacking the rook. Bishop d1. So when he played, Karpov played this all, I'm sure it was some moves by intuition, but also calculation. So he had both very strong intuition and calculation, as some games shows. So bishop d1, only move is queen b2, only place. He take on f6, and rook d6, attacking both bishops same time. We see often that the rooks are very strong pieces in hand of Karpov. Yes, in one of the first games, I guess it was versus Ford in beginning of this stream. We see such beautiful way how he was acting with his rook. Uh, Bishop b5 played by Hubner. The point that bishop h4 would lead to queen h6, queen c3, protecting here, and queen h6 immediately. This was inaccuracy because black had queen c4 attacking this rook, and the point that after rook f3 there is a queen e4, and we don't have time for queen e6 because we get mated on first rank. And in case of rook g1, there would be king h8, and not so easy to make fat mate here. That's why queen h6 is a strong move. Probably the difference, as I understood, after this variation, queen c4, not rook f3 again because of queen e4, but rook g1. So this is a threat. And in case of this, most probably fg and rook g6, aiming mate and aiming to take this bishop, as I understood. I didn't check this on computer, but this is logically, I guess, the difference. That's why Hubner probably was in shock here. He played bishop b5. Again, we see often that opponents' rooks did not play any move, like we saw in the game against Tatai, for example. Rook f2 attack the queen. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Levente. Rook f2 and queen c1 by Hubner. Hubner, after the game, told to Karpov that queen e1 was better. It's indeed so, says Karpov, in case if white would repeat the same what they did in game. But he had in mind to take fg here, of course. And the point that fg not possible because we twice take the bishop, and after bishop g7, gf. This was he wanted to go for. But Hubner plays queen. Sorry, what is this? Rook f2, queen c1, which looks more logical, yeah? Pinning and same time aiming to go queen g5 or queen h6. But rook f6. this move, and rook a c8. Beer Bully, hi, how are you, man? Hello, welcome. The point that after rook d8, white was anyway winning. So idea to rook d1, knight d1, queen d1, and fate mate to the white king. But uh, white could take on fg, and after rook d1, knight d1, king, queen d1, rook f1 only move, bishop f1 would lead to lost after a gf check, double check, king h8 is only move, and queen e5 using motive of discovery check because after bishop e2 is not mate, it's a mate to opposite sides. We see that we cover king and same time give mate or deliver mate, I don't know how to correctly say. So bishop g2 would be only move, king g2 and queen g4 check, king f2, queen g7 only idea for black to hold like this, but after h4 they are defenseless here because rook f7 leads to queen e8 check and win rook. H pawn cannot move because double mate, and this pawn will go to h6 and force queen to go decide something, and then this rook will go and give mate. Hello, hello, Younes. Hello, guys. Maybe I'm missing some messages because I'm watching to my board, same time watching another screen where is a game, and I'm sorry if I missed something. So rook a8 was losing very beautiful way. Uh, Also, after rook d8, after fg, we know that rook d1 is losing by force. There was another beautiful idea if ag would happen in the game. Then h3 make the square for the king. Rook d3 only move, try to win this knight. And then queen g6 check. Look at this blow, and fat mate is coming. Fg only move, check. King g7, check. King h6, check. King g5, and we're using this bishop and h4. Here is the fattest mate on this position, right? Yeah, this is fattest mate so far. Beautiful game. Uh, that's why Hubner played rook a c8, and that's why probably after the game he says that queen a1 was more precise because here rook c2 by Karpov and attacking the queen. Queen a1, and now he takes fg. Yeah, that was very beautiful mate, no, guys? AG played by Hubner because rook c3 was losing by force after g8, king h8, and same mechanism like before. And in case of queen d1, there is a mate. I'm wondering after queen e5 if black can play rook a3 now. 1 second. How winning? Maybe simply rook b2. Yeah, this move probably. Covering the queen and no defense against double mate. I mean, not double mate, I mean discovered mate like this. Cool position. But he played after fg, he played hg, this position. Quadraspas, Padu, we will ever see a gem, and okay, could be, but I don't know how we do it technically. Because when I did it last time with my brother, you remember, I connect with his through Skype and this stuff. It begins lagging. Probably I need even stronger or computer or connection or something. I don't know. Maybe my connection is not super enough, super good for that. Yeah, how can you forget? If technically it's we can arrange, why not? Of course, we can even play games like Banter Blitz or something. But I don't know how to do it technically, guys. So rook c3, we see that he was losing immediately. AG was played by Hubner. and rook d6 by Karpov, protecting this weak bishop. So if he will manage to play h3, king h2, game is over. So black has to be something very quick, but unfortunately they cannot. Hübner played rook c7 with idea double rooks. Rook f d8 doesn't work because of queen e5, according to Karpov. And after rook d6, queen d6, rook c3, there is a queen d4, pinning the rook, crazy variation. And after rook a3, there is a mate delivers the rook. And unfortunately for black, I think this beautiful move also doesn't work with the mate because of same mate here. Poor Hübner, huh? He couldn't defend. did did he judge? So that's why he played rook c7, and after queen e5, quadras pass. Don't be provocative. You are like trash talking, yeah? Instead of us, you are trash talking, provocate us. Okay, queen e5, rook fc8. Try to eliminate this important knight, but queen d5 by Karpov. Very strong move. The point that rook uh, g6 is a threat. For example, rook c3 leads to mate in three moves like this, because king h7 is a mate in one, and after king f8, there's a check and mate here. And he played king g7, but queen d4 check now. And after king h7, the difference between queen on e5 and on d4 is that he take on b5, and this is protected now. And after queen d4, after knight b5, Hübner resigned here because queen d4, knight d4, and this knight protects also rook. That was a cool game of Karpov versus Hübner. I was had I, I had this book of Hübner, his 16 best games, only 400 pages. It's a sarcastic or what? How is possible the 16 games was 400 pages? So probably it's like 300 of philosophical subject and 100 of page of games or what? Or maybe it was 160 games. Picture of fat mates. All right, let's move to next games. So cool games we have here. I'm really enjoying this process. Okay, let's watch another game between Korchnoi and Karpov. There was always interesting games. And again, Korchnoi qualified to meet him through tight cycle, and it was played in Merano 1981 between Korchnoi with white against Karpov. It was first game of the match in 1981. Always cool to watch. Uh, always cool to watch the games. And let me go back. We flip the board and let's go. 1 second. So Karpov was black. Let's see from Karpov side. And Victor Korchnoi. This has to be erased. Merano 1980. So in 1981, Karpov was 30 years old. He was born in 1951. So let's go. Toento, thank you very much for your subscription. I really appreciate it, man. Padru, what is your score against Korchnoi? I have feelings that we never played, unfortunately. or maybe fortunately, because if I would be stupid and beat him, he would hate me. So I had perfect relation with him. I remember once, I remember first time I contacted him, it was 2007, I guess. 2007 or I forget, 2007 Russian club championship we played, and then I was, admired him very much, and I was downstairs drinking wine with friends, and then Karchnoi all suddenly arrived to the bar, and then I stand up from the chair. I was a little bit drunk, of course, but very little, not much, and I jumped to him, and I said him very much words how I was admiring him, studying his games, I respect him, and I wanted to invite him for bottle of wine. He said, of course. And he said I was surprised, and I took a bottle of wine, red wine, and we two, me and him, drink this wine together, make toasts, talk, and after that he always uh, been very warm to me. Yeah, yeah, he's extraordinary persons. Almost every big personality. Yes, they are very complex people. Sometimes they acting, from side it's looks like rude, but instead they are very complex. They are in living with their own life, and everything is sometimes makes them angry a little bit. So I know it by I know I know that very well. So little things, little angers, always have to forgive to such people. I see it on streams all the time. Same questions. What kind of questions, Polar Beer? You mean? Explain me, please. Oh, Mircea, hello, man. We have very cool player and very nice person, Mircea Pardigras. Big hello to Mircea, and don't forget to follow this guy. Hello, hello. I'm still waiting when we will drink wine, Mircea. Okay, so let's go for game. C4 played by Korchno in this game. So first game was very important, yeah. So psychological advantage after we win this game was on Karpov side, especially to win it in good style, he says. Shredder Fighter, hello man. Shredder, Shredded Fighter. Are you a big fan of computer program Shredder, maybe? What I'm thinking about opening d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4, c5, e3, bishop f5, c5, e3, a6. This is I don't think anything about that because I think nobody played like that against me. d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4, c5, e3. What the hell is this? Bishop c5, e3, a6. Is it necessary move or what? Maybe cd is better, and after ed, knight c6. Because knight b5 is not dangerous. Bishop b4 check. I'm not sure about a6 move because after a6, maybe white will take cd even, and then just develop. Okay, let's go to game. D4 played by no 1 second. D5, D4, Bishop E7. This is classical Queen's gambit. And thank you for following. They played against you also. You lost that one. Maybe I don't remember. Karpov games, yes. Who played? I don't know. When played? I forget already. Thank you for following, guys. First h then c5. Ah, first a6. It's completely different. So you mean d4, d5, d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop f4, a6 here. It's a, I think it's a Carlsen play like that, no? I cannot open that link. Okay, let's go now for games, guys. So knight f3, knight f6, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, the old classical line, castle e3, b6, Tartakover Bondarevsky Makagonov line, very very classical and has very nice solid reputation for black. Rook c7, rook c1, bishop b7, bishop e2. The main line here is a bishop d3 and just castle. So rook c1, bishop b7, bishop e2. It's a little bit modest. Knight b d7. Yeah, this is very nice line. So Karpov says that till ninth move, they repeated the game from Baguio match. And on ninth move, he played bishop d3 that time. Now he could play DC and transpose to what happened in that game. He says that in this position he would transpose, but knight b also well-known continuation. He says so. CD by Korchnoi, ED, castle. So both sides are ready for action. C5, logical continuation, and DC by Korchnoi. So this move shows that he's ready for big fight. So he creates this I don't know how we say in English, hanged pawns or how you say it, these pawns and this double-edged because it can be weakness and at the same time it can be power. Hanging pawns, yeah. In this game, as we see, it will become power. Hanging pawns, yeah. Queen c2 played Korchnoi. Uh, he said that in Amsterdam, same year like this game, Hort versus him played Queen c2 directly instead of take here. And he says that he was playing too active in that game, and Hort managed to win that game. In that game, it was like novelty. So let's see what happened here. Queen c2, rook c8, controlling and put some pressure on queen. For example, now is a threat d4, ed, bishop f3, cd, and wins the knight. I mean, not necessarily threat of rook d1, controlling. So probably Korchnoi wanted to play queen b1 and put these rooks here to put pressure on these hanging pawns. Queen b6 logical continuation, uh, also avoiding this kind of pressure, and look here, and also sometimes queen can go to e6. Queen b1, so ideally placed by white. He said that this move, queen b1, Korchnoi spent on this move half an hour, and it shows that he is not confident about his position. Uh, in press center of the match was advising to play b3 here, and then maybe even knight a4 later. After queen b1, he says that white did not make any mistakes or something, but black also doesn't feel any problems in this position, so it's probably dynamical equal position. So rook fd8 by Karpov. All forces are ready. Rook c2. I don't know. Maybe I would play bishop g3 here somehow, just to connect these pieces. Okay, rook c2 a little bit, I don't like this move. I don't know why. So queen e6. I like b3 knight a4 plan in this kind of positions. Yes, Levente. So queen e6 he played. You see that black are concentrating pieces in the center and having this d4 idea in mind. And also this queen is protecting the central pawn, and also this bishop in case knight will jump on e4. For example, now rook cd2 was mistake, duel of knight e4, and bishop e7 leads to exchange loose. After knight e2, we're using the queen under attack, and this is not compensation for uh, white. And in case of knight e4, d, bishop e7, ef, bishop d8, fe, and then we will take this bishop here. The problem is that after rook e2, uh, there is a queen g4, by the way, with immediate win. So probably here rook e1 is on the move. But still queen g4. Yeah, okay, this was just lost. Obviously, Korchnoi is not fall in such a trap. So he plays bishop g3. Yeah, that's why I liked instead of rook c2 directly bishop g3 move. It was looks more solid. And then after imagine the position bishop g3 after queen e6, this looks a really very silly move here. Maybe bishop d3 is the idea. I don't know, something. And knight e4. Okay, very complex position, but I don't like rook c2 idea, to be honest. This combining these two moves are not going together, in my opinion. So after bishop g3, uh, it allows black to make a good exchange for them. Knight h5 here. So they eliminate this strong bishop. For example, in this position, after bishop g3, it was not possible because this is hangs. And after queen e6, maybe h3 was the good move here. A useful move to have this place here. And then I think it was absolutely normal position for both sides. Maybe the black could play knight b6 or knight f8, knight g6. Maybe this move looks solid, controlling everything, and I think it's dynamical equal position here. b3 next move, and okay. With but we have to understand this was first game of the match, and not everyone can play first game well. So bishop g3, knight h5. Maybe this is really unpleasant for white. Karpov says that such a move like knight h5 bring two victories in this first game and nine games. So rook cd2, knight g3, hg, and knight f6. We see that black position is very comfortable. Strong pair bishops in case of position will be open. d5 is protected. So in such kind of positions, only uh, uh, chance for white to wait for the black mistake. Uh, Maybe some bishop b5, bishop b3 transfer is possible, but it's very long, very slow. Also was interesting to play knight b6 here and put bishop here. Also very interesting, very tempting. So queen c2 by Korchnoi. It shows that he don't know what to do. g6 by Karpov, slowly improving position. Maybe he wanted to transfer here. Queen a4, a6, not blunder the pawn. Bishop d3 by Korchnoi. Maybe he wanted to play knight e2, knight a4 here. That was his idea. Or also in deep idea, maybe bishop b1, a3, and put bishop here. King g7 by Karpov. He's slowly improving the position of his pieces. And also, same time, it's good tactic because you're waiting opponents' actions, and sometimes they can be wrong. Bishop b1 and queen b6 by Karpov. He bring back this queen, put pressure on this, and also d4 on the way. Now, probably White's good decision would be to play knight e2 and transfer it here, or even go to the little bit unpleasant end game, like this. But only black has chances here, probably, after something like rook b8, and then something like bishop 6 or bishop 8, put pressure here. This bishop would be here, then knight here. Okay, like black has chances to win. But instead, a3 was played by Korchnoi, bad move. So he has this maniacal idea to win this pawn, probably. Ruches, thank you very much. Hmm. Yes, hanging powers are good a good tool to create fat mats in future. So Karpov says uh, it's understand desire to attack this pawn, but unfortunately the uh, bitter disappointment for white is coming. And d4 double exclamation mark. This was the idea of Karpov. So, and Karchnoi understood that his position is collapsing, and he made mistake. Knight e2 he played. Uh, uh, Karpov obviously, first of all, was calculated this ed move, and he was going to play bishop c6 strong move, attacking this queen. That's why a3 was bad move, because he doesn't have queen b3 move anymore. And now white has three moves: dc, queen c2, or queen c4. dc leads to material losses after bishop a4, bishop d1. So in case of queen c4, there would be bishop f3, gf, and cd, attacking the knight, only move knight e4. But after queen b5, the game is lost, because queen cannot go anywhere on this diagonal, and after queen d3, knight is gone from the board. Uh, you're funny, Quadraspas. And after queen c4, there would be cd continuation. Open this rook for actions. Knight d4. Obviously, rook d4 loses in one. After bishop f3, we are attacking the queen. So knight d4, at least to avoid capture. And bishop g2 here. Also was possible bishop f3 in this position, because gf, again bad duo of cd here. Uh, no, actually gf is only move, because bishop a2 is idea to capture here, leads to losing position after bishop d1, queen f7 check, only check in the game, king h8, and after rook d1, knight retreats to g8 and protects everything here, so queen will be connected with queen, and it's just extra rook for completely winning position. And in case of GF CD, only move was knight a4, as it was just free knight. And after knight a4, queen b5 strong move. And now only very good move is queen e2. Ruches, this is a Queen's Gambit classical, declined Queen's Gambit classical with Tartakov and Bondarevsky Makonov h6 b6 moves. This was first game between first game of 1981 Merano match, and it was beautiful win by Karpov. And here Queen b5 is loses because of AB, only move, Rook c6, and no more space and squares for this knight. Thank you, follow. And here was beautiful move, Queen e2, retreatment to attack this bishop here. But a Rook e8 strong move, still remaining attack on the knight. In case of b3, there will be simply queen b3, knight b2, bishop a3, attacking the queen and attacking the knight. In case of queen d3, probably would be rook c3, devastating, completely destroy everything here. And after rook e8, queen b5 would be forced, ab, and same idea, rook 6 and knight is trapped. Such a beautiful variations. Of course, computer could make some um, improvements of these variations, but we don't use engines, we just enjoy the process of the game. Uh, so, Korchnoi played knight e2. I don't know what he missed, maybe he missed the bishop c6 idea, right? Probably. And now the position is very bad. D, forcing to take A or Fe, and this, look at these pawns. All pawns are weak. All these four pawns, especially this and this bishop is emphasizing the uh, black square weaknesses here. And after that was played c4, uh, opening this diagonal and also open this square for bishop or knight even. Knight ed4 played by Korchnoi, desperately trying to cover this diagonal. Queen c7, and black is finding another weakness, g3 pawn. Knight h4, and after knight h4, Karpov says it's naive trap of queen g3, the double check here, gf, knight f5, and takes the queen. But he plays simply queen e5 here, attacking also this pawn. And after king h1, he played king g8 here. And he said much stronger was to play knight g4. So the threat is bishop h4, gh, mate on h2, and same time attacking here. And after knight g4, he saw during the game that after knight h5, gf, knight f5 check, uh, he has king g8 strong move here, but not king h8, of course, because there is a rook d8 check, rook d8, rook d8, bishop d8, and queen b4 strong move, attacking bishop and aiming this square. That's why king has to be on g8 in this position, covering this f8. So king secures himself, and but he says that he was avoiding even this kind of complications. That's why he played king g8 instantly. And after king g8, knight df3 by Korchnoi. What else to do? Because knight e2 leads to rook d2 and then queen e3 at least. So he sacrificed one of the pawn, queen g3. And he said the rest of the game it's not interesting. Maybe black could win somehow even faster than it happened in the game. So rook d8 played by Korchnoi, bishop d8, queen b4, and bishop e4 strong move. Eliminated this active piece. He and after bishop e4, knight e4, aiming knight f2, and same time here. I'm sorry, here. Rook d4 was played by Korchnoi, attacking the knight. But check, king g1, and check here, attacking the queen. Queen goes to b7, attacking the rook, and rook b8 here. He wants to take on b2 and mate there. And after rook b8, queen d7 by Korchnoi. So he's desperately uh, trying to find some con chances like rook g4, knight f5, or knight g6. But fortunately doesn't work. Bishop c7. Played by Karpov. Probably after rook g4, as I understood, he wanted to play queen d6 and win this game in the end game, or knight b2, bishop a3. I guess so. I'm not sure. Maybe even knight c5 here is strong. Yeah, this move I like more because I'm forcing probably to take. Yeah, queen a5 still is possible. Not sure. Okay. So after bishop c7, he played king h1. Rook g4, I think, was last chance. Ah, no, rook g4 needs to mate. What I'm talking. So the check and just simply mate here. Oof, I'm probably tired. Fat mate was the yeah. So bishop c7 was beside the queen f2. Yes, that's why Korchnoi plays king h1 immediately, and rook b2 is coming here. Then rook b1, rook d3, cd, queen d3, and okay, rest game is not interesting really. In few moves he resigned here. Now cool game, famous game between the same opponents but different color. So Karpov in this time was white, the same Merano World Championship match in 18 game, number 18. So let's see. Victor Korchnoi. Let's go for it. So Karpov is white, e4 played. E5, he says that the choice of Korchnoi a little bit surprised him because in previous two encounters uh, he had troubles. Probably Karpov thinks that other openings was even more harder for Korchnoi. That's why he played again this. So knight c6, there was principal line in this match. Knight f6, castle, knight e4, the open variation of Spanish b5 and d5. T, bishop e6. Ivan Sokolov is a big expert in this line. Knight bd2. Knights very sharp positions here usually. Yeah, it called the massacre in Merano. He won match 6-2. I'm counting the winnings. Plus 6, minus 2. So knight c5, c3. The idea to put bishop here. In case of knight b3, after knight b3, bishop e3, white takes this control over c5 square, or even ab. They can play as a b4, but knight b3, I guess, the main line. That's why d4 they play here. Bishop e6 here. Thank you very much. I guess nowadays also they play something like I'm afraid to make mistake, but I saw something like bishop c2, d3, bishop b1, then knight b3 idea. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not in exactly this position, but something like that. But in that period, bishop b6, knight e6, cd, and knight cd4. Thank you very much, Quadrasmas. Hmm. So let's read Karpov's ideas about this variation. He said that this line was analyzed and practiced in both matches in Baguio and Merano between Karpov and Korchnoi. So obviously, whole Soviet Union uh, the team was preparing it, and he said that they found a very nice weapon against it. In this, after 94, this was famous game between Capablanca and Lasker in St. Petersburg, 1914. After Queen d4, Queen f3, Rook d8, and a4. This was in that game. In 14th game, he played here novelty, Knight e4 was in that. And Korchnoi was thinking after knight e4, 78 minutes here. And he answered with bishop e7. Bishop e3 and knight f3. And after queen f3 castle, rook fd1, queen e8, knight f6, very strong move followed. Hello, Adriana. Adriana who? Adriana Nikolova? Or thank you very much, Adriana, for rate. I think we see her first time. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, I missed. Uh, Guys, confirm it was Adriana Nikolova or not? So knight f6 check, and after knight f6, bishop f6 Okay, thank you very much. Uh, EF, Queen C8 was played, FG, and after Rook D8, H4, White had a big advantage here. The Black King's position is weak, also Queen side is weak, so Bishop much stronger than the Knight. This pawn is going forward, and he win. Greetings back from Georgia to Bulgaria. How is situation with coronavirus there? So Logis Bravo to gift Adriana. But here he found another surprise in this position. After knight d4, a4, strong move here. And here Korchnoi was thinking for 54 minutes. Can you imagine? So after knight e4, he was thinking 78 minutes, and now 54 minutes. Uh, so it was same story like in 14th game. Bishop e7 was played by Korchnoi. In case of rook b8, it would be waste of time. After ab, knight e4, same like in that position, but a file already open. Bishop e7, and after bishop e3, white has a really dangerous initiative here. But he said that it was interesting to play bishop c5 here, supporting this knight. And after knight e4, bishop b6, knight d4, bishop d4. This is some openings nuances here. And in case of knight g5 here, not to take twice on g5 because queen d4 maybe it leads to slight advantage. But castle here. And after eb, knight g5, and after bishop g5 there's a check. Rook f2, queen g5 here, and black is okay. Terror, hello. Yeah, this was bishop c5 was better according to Karpov. In this game he took on knight d4. Now knight e4 is not so strong. Yeah, also he says that it was interesting here to play AB, and now his strong move is knight b5 because AB leads to very unpleasant position for black. White eliminates this rook, then eliminates this knight, and play queen g4 strong move here. Attacking knight, attacking here, and in case of knight e6 there is a f4. And white has a really strong Ruches, good night, good night. Thank you to visit. Rest well. And very strong initiative here. So so after but instead of a b he took on d4 using that queen d4 is leads to a b and the pin here, so almost forcing to take with knight. Yeah, there was some games after queen d4, a b, castle, ba, queen e5 with unclear positions everywhere, but in this position for Korchno it was new and he did not risk, so he played knight d4, knight e4 here, and knight e6 was played by him, and this is a really mistake. Much more stronger was to play castle here, and after ab, knight takes b5. Of course, ab is loses after rook a8 and then queen d4, but knight b5 in this position, and after bishop e3 to play something like queen c8, for example, and transfer it to e6, and some complex game was remaining. It was played in a game in 1989 in Hastings between Adams and Yusupov. But here, Korchnoi played 96. He wants after AB take with pawn. Bishop is free, castle, and f4. So this is a threat, and after g6, Karpov would play g4 and continue this threat. In a hard position, hard situation, Black is finding the best way here. So he exchanged the queens, and after rook d1, he plays rook f b8, according to Karpov, of course, not objectively, maybe even objectively. So rook d7 was played. This is too fast. Even yeah, I didn't stop on that line because it was some game after ABBA, and it was very hard to assist, and did not want to distract your attention from the main game. But I can do it for you. Okay, this was position. So knight after queen d4 here is the knight d4, and after ab we cannot take because, but it was game between I forget who, but somebody played like that, and queen e5 was unclear position here, with idea to take back this pawn somehow, like queen b5, and then play for compensation. But Korchnoi instead played 96, so bishop e3, castle f4, and then he played queen d1 here, rook f d1, with idea rook d7, and also f5, rook f b8, try to create some chances over b file, and rook d7. This was happening in the game. And now it was absolutely unnecessary to play bishop d8 here, and to leave this square for knight in case of f5. And if a5 try to close this file, would be knight f8 attacking the rook, and after rook d3, still black's position is not good, but holdable. And bishop f8 he played, and after f5, this poor knight goes to d8 here. So the point that black has only chance if they open this file now and attacking this b2 square. That's why very important to close it, avoid any chances. So a5, strong move by Karpov, and this rook looks very silly now, because it was not clear rook c7 here. After ba, attacking this pawn, bishop d4 looks logical to protect, and after that rook b4 here, attacking these pieces, and after rook d1, rook a b8. So black rooks are activated, and it's not so super clear. Still probably better for white, but not so much like in game. Levente. Yeah, it's always hard to understand for everybody, such a strong players games, of course. That's why I did not. I will not stream a game match between Karpov and Kasparov because it's very high level games and tons of variations. So our mind will blow up completely. So this is at least selected games, different opponents. So and Karpov annotates it much more simple way, not like thousand variations, but sometimes he simply uh, says some few words about positions. And Kasparov method was in other way. He was liking to write few pages variations about maybe one line. Thank you very much, Ornametron. So a5, that's why played by Karpov, closing this file, and this rook now very passive. So only chance for black, for example, if white to move, they will play rook c1 and kill this knight forever. So only chance to activate this knight, attack here, aiming here, and same time wants to play rook d8. But Karpov, of course, when he played a5, he had this idea, e6, very strong move, attacking this pawn. Of course, f6 just leads to rook c7, and also this pawn will be very strong. Only move is fe, and not fe here, duel of rook e8, but f6, this was his idea. I'm not saying that it's not beautiful games, but it's very complex. You know, for chess fans, for amateurs, for beginners, it's impossible to explain. I mean, this is more or less. Sometimes these games are like in Z and game, what we see against uh, Uraitsa, for example. Yeah, it was more or less understandable how beautiful technical was by Karpov. So f6, obviously gf leads to mate in two here. Um, that's why he played knight e5 in this position. Because there was very unpleasant threat, f7 check, and then knight g5, for example, rook c8, should be considered this option, and then take here. Thank you for following, guys. That's why knight e5 immediately was played. For example, simplifications after rook d8, rook c7, attacking the knight, rook c8, rook c8, rook. Uh, no, sorry. First check here, and after king h8, rook c8, rook c8, rook c1 would lead to hopeless position for black. They have very unpleasant pin. In case of knight e7, probably it would be possible even take and play knight c5 immediately, or after bishop c5 attacking here. And after knight e7 there is a knight g5, also knight g5 here, actually maybe it's even strongest, and just take here and then promote. Yeah, after rook d7 everything is set exactly. That's why Korchnoi at least tried to blockade this pawn, stop it to move forward, but loses the pawn here. Not now pawns are equal, but white pieces are much more active and dominating. Rook c8, rook c1, exchanges, rook d8, and typical Karpov move h3. So open this square and control this square too, emphasizing that black is absolutely hopeless. There is no way to hurry. So h6 played by Korchnoi to avoid knight g5. Yeah, quiet move, killing, deadly move. And rook a7 strong move, attacking the weakness on a6, and all suddenly this pawn becomes very strong. Uh, it's very important always to avoid to give chances for opponents. For example, knight c5 was unnecessary because after gf, knight e6, it would lead to some complications after this with some bishop e1, bishop a5 ideas. That's why he played rook a7, knight c4. For example, rook d1 was bad, a duel of king f2, rook b1, and then bishop d4, attacking knight, attacking, defending the pawn, and after knight c6, attacking both pieces, there would be f7 check, king h7, rook a8, attacking the bishop. So after knight d4, rook f8, with idea rook h8 check and promote, only move king g6 and knight d6, protect the pawn, and then after check, this king would hide here, and then rook e8, and then we promote. So we cannot, black cannot stop this pawn, even after knight a5, for example, we simply go and then promote. That's why Korchnoi plays knight c4. Try to win this pawn. Yes, this is very important pawn. But bishop b6. Unfortunately, uh, for him, very strong move. He cannot take because then this pawn will become deadly power here. And that's why he plays rook b8 here. In this moment, Karpov not even takes care. The question is why he don't take. He decided to play bishop c5. Probably he wants to eliminate this bishop and take this pawn and play against the weak king. Yeah, this f6 pawn beer bully is uh, very annoying. So after bishop c5, this is almost forced. Knight c5 and gf you have to take. And the problem is that he don't take immediately even here. He plays first b4, not even give this chance. Yes, b4, and black is hopeless. First of all, king is cut it, and then this will fall, and this pawn is extremely strong. So position is winning. Rook d8, try somehow activate. Rook takes on a6, king f7, and rook a7 check. This was a little trap in case of rook e6, which looks very logical, yeah, right? Knight a5 would be the move. And after ba, rook c8 and attacking this knight. It's always dangerous to go to rook endgames. So rook a7 check was played, king g6 and rook d7. Uh, the problem that for black that they cannot exchange on d7. It leads to losing of material because now a6, a7 is a threat because knight controls this square. So only move is knight d6, and after knight b6 is a hopeless. A6, a7 is coming. So probably knight e8 would be only move, and black simply loses this knight, and after they will lose lost this pawn also. So after rook d7, uh, rook e8 played by Korchnoi, protecting here, but this rook again became very passive and cannot disturb king or attack this pawn. Simply activate this pawn, rook a8, rook b7, attacking this pawn, and after king f1, f5, rook b5, now two passers, or patzers, I don't know, king e5, rook b7, with idea b5, and pawn will defend this, knight will activate. Uh, very nice game. King d5 and rook f7 strong move. Now another weaknesses are found. f5 and rook f6. Now again, Korchnoi adjourned the game after e5, but resigned without continuing the game. That's how he lost this match, and it was last match between them. Yeah, next game is cool. I remember this game. Next game played between Karpov with white against Hubner. Again, famous Hubner. So Karpov versus Robert Hubner. It was played in Tilburg 1982, 1 year before I was born. Um, Tilburg 1982. Let's go for it. E4. We will see how in quiet Caro-Kann it will be uh, very sharp game. D4, D5, knight D2. 1 second, I need to I need to delete one letter here, like this. D 94. So bishop f5. Sabo Pasafan, hello, welcome. I also play with black on this main line. Knight g3. Also, Karpov was using Caro-Kann very much. He also had book about it. He also was playing knight d7. So knight g3, bishop g6, h6, h4, h6, knight f3 with ID knight e5, so knight d7 is also e6 leads to complex game, but knight d7 is like most classical line. h5, bishop h7, take, knight f6. Bishop f4 by Karpov to control c7 square and not allow to go to long castle sometimes. Now if black wants to make long castles, they can give check, bishop d2 and then go queen c7 and then e6 and long castle. So e6, long castle, bishop e7. So short castle is coming. And knight e5 by Karpov. This is leads to very sharp positions, knight e5. He says that more quiet game will be c4, but I never like such move for white in these positions. I'm not recommend to play c4 here. It weakens the queen side and also gives good chances for. I never liked this move. Never played with white like that. Okay, 95. King b1 is one of the main line here. In case of castle, sometimes leads to crazy variations like knight e4 and then exchange and g4 or even knight f5. F1 move is either g4, g5. Okay, a lot of ideas here. Knight e4. So after knight e4 castle, I remember working on this position so much in middle of 2000s uh, and beginning of 2000s also. I had good results here. So and now he plays c4 this position. Tiemann against Hübner in the same tournament. He took on d7, queen d7, played bishop e5 here. And after rook d8, queen d5, and so on, Hübner gets a good position. So that's why he plays c4 here. And so he after c4 idea is after c5 to have this d5 and avoid opening of c file here, according to Karpov. But anyway, Hübner played c5 and d5 he played. He says that ed was not so good because knight f5, very unpleasant move here. Aiming here, also queen g3 is coming, and this will fall. That's why knight e5 by Hübner, bishop e5, and knight g4 played Hübner. This was his point. And he underestimated the next sacrifice of the Karpov here. Maybe he thought that Karpov will play queen e2, and after knight e5, queen e5, bishop f6. Black has excellent position here. Bishop is strong, the queen can jump. Also, f4 was leading nowhere after knight f2. The triple fork, rare case, yes, of triple fork. Queen c3, knight d1, rook d1 with idea d6, d or bishop g7. But unfortunately, f6 is a strong move here. And after d, queen b6, bishop attacked and pawn, and after knight e5, queen e6 here. And knight e7, queen e7, bishop d6 with idea take exchange. Even queen e4 was okay. And in this position, black are absolutely fine. But in this position, all suddenly, Karpov took on g7. Look at this sacrifice here, with with a desire to give fat mates. And Hubner instantly make mistake. This natural move king g7 was mistake here. Thank you for following. The only correct variation was knight f2 according to Karpov here, with very sharp play. And now queen e3 or queen d2 is bad because of bishop g5 and wins the queen. And he did not add any more comments after knight f2. He just says that it's very sharp, leads to very sharp game. So what does it mean? God knows. Yeah, that's a difference between Karpov and Kasparov, because in this position Kasparov would give a ton of variations, and in the end he would add that it leads to complications or sharp position. Head shot Roman. Hello man, did not see you long time. We are doing well. Yeah, maybe queen c3 here actually. Yeah, knight d1. Okay, it's really like this position can be analyzed long time. But we are not for here for the analysis, deep analysis. We just enjoying the process of watching the beautiful games. So after king g7, queen e2 was played, protecting f2, attacking g4, and same time wants to play d and then knight e5. Yeah, for example, after knight f6, d attack the queen. Queen has to go here to protect here. Knight f5 check, and after king h7 there is a g3 strong move with very very strong attack, so we control this square, and uh, white really has very strong attack, so they want to play queen c2 or queen e3 and so on. Even ef queen e6 is coming, so it's more or less uh, let's say it's very good compensation for bishop. But Hubner played check here. Probably he wanted to bring this bishop here to be protected, secured from threats to h6 square. King b1, knight f6, d, and queen c8 he played. That's why he played bishop g5, because then he's not obliged to play queen c7. But here's another problem. Easy pawn it became strong. And after rook e8, rook d6 strong move. Thank you guys for following. We see what a domination by Karpov. He wants to play rook d1, also queen e5. This rook is very strong. And now Hubner played queen g4. The black's problem is that they cannot play bishop f4 here, because rook f6 strong move. And in case of bishop g3, there is a queen f3 quiet move, attacking here and attacking here. In case of king f6, what's going on after king f6 here? Let me think. He skipped to comment this move. Probably queen f3 was strong move. Pinning the bishop. After king g5 there will be check. After rook e7 would be queen e4 and then check here. Yeah, it still would be very very Ruches. Don't make me don't make me laugh. Okay, let me finish this game and then I'll really guys, this game will be last and then I will over the stream. So rook f6, yeah, very strong idea. But maybe Hübner should go for this queen f3 and take here actually. because we cannot take queen g3 we have, right? Because fg it's not super clear. Queen e4 with idea take, maybe queen c7 still, but after rook e1 of course it's still still looks very very bad for black, because queen g3 doesn't work. King f6 check, then we play king g7, and after this there's a check and take here. Okay, so Hubner played queen g4. Of course, he's aiming to go to endgame, but Karpov played queen e5, pinning the king and also secure this square for knight. King g8 and rook e1. All pieces in the game. I'm sure computer will find something here for black. He says that okay, Hubner played knight d7. He says that knight h5 was impossible here. Dewey of knight f5 with idea rook h6 and then fork. And after bishop f4, queen d5 strong move. Look at this. If bishop takes, then fork. Crazy position. And also threat is f3, as I understood. So that's why Hubner played knight d7. Such a complex position. And after knight d7, rook d7 strong move according to Karpov. He said good was also queen f5. Queen f5, knight f5. This knight is attacked. And in case of knight b6, attacking here, rook e4. Protecting and at the same time prepare f4 to catch this bishop. And black again in trouble. They would give bishop, but after rook e7, knight c4, rook h6, white is much better. But he decided to win style in this position. He takes rook d7. So many things he sacrificed. And after queen d7, knight f5, aiming the mate. Now Hubner played f6. Queen d3 does not helps because king a1, and after queen d4, simply knight d4. And after rook e7 with idea take here, there would be queen e7, bishop e7, and knight f5. So white has pawn up and also stronger knight, and these pawns are weak, so hopeless in game. That's why Hubner played in this position f6. But queen d5, beautiful exchange. Or suddenly with rook down, Karpov changes the queens. So cd, and we see that these pawns are so strong. Bishop out of the game. Knight is just super sexy. It's stronger and sexier than Trojan knight. And bishop f4 was played. g3, bishop c7. So g3 was played to avoid even bishop e5 move. So after bishop e5, f4 would be pushed. So it was not Karpov, yeah? And after uh, bishop 7, king c2, even slow move here. And b5, took here. After king h7, knight f5. We see that this pawn always can go forwards. He just he improves the king, pick up the pawn, and then like sadistic play. And then d6 finally. Bishop a5, attacking the rook. Karpov not blunder it. Rook e6, attacking here. Rook g5, attacking the knight, and after rook f6, rook h5, d7. Uh, what happened here? He resigned? No, he did not resign, but he played rook h2, and after knight e3, he resigned. Beautiful position. Rook protects here, and we cannot stop this pawn. Yeah, I know. Not his style, yeah, but he was extremely strong in this also, in this kind of chess. Like Botvinnik. Also, we know by Botvinnik games he was very nice tactical player. Very good calculations. Smyslov also was like that. Okay, guys. probably enough for today. And really thank you very much for your patience to listen me so much hours. Yeah, Tolia. Thank you guys, and I will make raid now. Yes, yeah, yeah. Universal style. They have all have universal style. Like Carlsen, for example. Yeah, he's extremely strong in simple game positions and extremely strong in sharp games too. Maybe in something he's just more better, a little bit better than another. Topalov was also a universal player. Ivanov не за что. All right, guys. Let me rate somebody. Let me rate. Oof. Let me rate, guys. Let me rate. Oh, we have to rate our good friend Twinkle Toes, of course. Young guy Twinkle Toes had to be. And come on, guys, follow him. Let's help him a little bit as we can. When you click about me, you see the links. You can find the links of my chess.com, leeches, and also YouTube channel. You don't need to search me on YouTube. You just click it and open. It automatically will be open. All right, let's make some. One second, guys. Un momento. Rate. Twin toys. I guess I did it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did it. All right, guys. Good night to everybody, guys. Bye bye. See you next days.